Hello, beautiful peasants, and welcome in. Hope you're having a great Monday already, and if not, this should make it a little bit better. I see that all my Tower of Knights mods are here, plus Empress. Love it, love it. Alrighty, if you're new here, hey, my name is Mia, and I sculpt tabletop minis for a living. All of these guys get 3D printed. You can print them really big, you can print them small. It's a cool part about 3D modeling, as you can scale it up however you like. Kind of like a vector almost, if you're familiar with like a 2D software. And then I stream Monday through Friday around noonish Eastern time. They can be as early as 11, as late as 1. But yes, always Monday through Friday. All right, a couple other things to kind of get through here. Our Discord's really active and about to get even a little bit more active. We have a summer art festival starting next week, hosted by Aloha, so keep an eye out for that. But in the meantime, here's a question of the day. You can vote in Discord or just vote in the chat. What has been your favorite single session of D&D? Personally, I picked discovering a mystery plot. Maybe a little predictable, but the bad guy turned out to not be the main bad guy. It was very layered, but it was very, very cool. Huge combat experiences tend to kind of wear me out after a while, even though that they can be fun. So yeah. Oh, and the freebie just went out too. Oh, it's a double freebie because we hit one of our social goals. So both of these are free on my Patreon right now for 3D printing, or you can just download them and, I don't know, sculpt over them, do whatever you want. I got an angel and this Kobold Bavarian. Cuties. Again, that's under M3DM Daily Freebie, or you can just go to my Patreon, link in the description, all that kind of good stuff. All right, I think that is the morning stuff. Oh, we're hanging out today in the Creative Summer Kickoff channel under Project References. Reaper's already there. What else? What else? Sater says, my brain feels like a Brillo pad today. Brillo? Brio? What does that mean? Almost forgot. Super important. I have a new Kickstarter coming really, really soon, and the earlier bird deals start at only $9. It's free to click notify me, so you should. 100 other people already have. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I'm really excited about this. It's all minis. We got some terrain, monsters, good stuff. You can scale these up however you like. It's also really worth mentioning that it doesn't matter what kind of 3D printer you have. We specifically made sure this is pre-supported for FDM and resin. If you don't know what that means, that's okay. Just get a 3D printer and we got you covered. If you do get FDM, I recommend Bamboo Lab immensely. And then if you are getting resin, you really can't go wrong. They're all really good nowadays, but I usually go with Lego. But yeah, I have a lot of really cool stuff coming out there. This is a render, and this is that actual physical 3D print. This big. Pretty freaking cool. That's linked in the description and also pinned at the top of the chat. Again, launching soon. Follow. All right, that is officially everything. Aloha says, Mia, you don't have to dive into your theories. I won't. But how good is Expedition 33? It's so good. Oh my god, it's so good. I wake up, that's what I'm thinking about. I go to sleep, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, it's just on my mind all of the time. It's just so freaking good. In a way, playing the game is exhausting because I'm just looking around all of the time, and there's so many little things to find, and these stupid cosmetics. I will do anything to find all the different dumb hairstyles. I love it. I love it so much. Sayer is specified. Oh my god, SGA is adorable. Oh, so whoever they hired to or how they worked out his speech pattern, or I don't know, demigod SGA. Anyway, the way they talk is so cool. He's delightful. He reminds me of Baymax, kind of, from Big Hero 5. The blah, blah, blah guy. Anyway, the vibes are vibing. Sater says, Brio pad is one of those green cleaning pad things, like on the back of a sponge. Oh, like a scrubby. Yeah. A scouring pad. Yeah. Empress, waiting for Mia to do an Expedition 33 inspired character. Somebody please request one. Please. Anything from the game. Your request can just be Expedition 33 and I'll make something. Speaking of, you guys pretty much already all know this, but that actually ties into the day. Everything I make on this stream is a Patreon request. So yeah, If you're like, oh, if only she would sculpt this, you have the power. Join Patreon, legendary tier, bam, make a request. I make all requests unless you ask for like Darth Vader, and then I'm like, no, because I don't want to be sued, and also that's been done before and lame. But if you're like, I want you to make my super specific D&D character or inspired from a video game, yeah, I can run with that. All right, I think that's everything. Reaper says, sounds like you should just make a mini for you. Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. Actually, someone made a request recently, which is just make whatever you want. It was very nice. So that is actually scheduled in the board as of right now. Amazing. All right, today Tavern pets are $35, which is the current going rate. There is not any Mia hate inflation on that. If you don't know what a Tavern pet is, they're on the screen. I make cute little dudes. Yes, that is my husband and I over to the left. That was requested to kick off season 2. But you can also request anything. Someone requested my horse and then a rock. And this is the rock we made. He's precious. I think that gets us through all of our updates. How was your guys' weekend? Did you have a good one? I hope you did. Aloha. Yes, 100%. I'm not reading your comment because I'm trying to contain the swearing. If I start swearing in the first 1 minute of the stream, it really just taints the entire stream. I gotta wait till I'm at least out of welcome hour, welcome whatever doors open. I'm trying to better myself. Be more eloquent. Yeah. Oh, also, updates for Aloha and for Reaper. Reaper, I still am working on your character, but now that I've gotten to Marvel's Designer, I'm sorry, it's going to be a long time. It'll probably be a month till I finish your character, Reaper, because now I want to simulate the whole dress. I want to give you this just immaculate, delicious fabric full dress of really, it could be whatever material that you specify at this point, because I'll be able to simulate it. It's going to be awesome. So it's going to be longer. Because I want to simulate it, remember I was spending so much time trying to sculpt it to her emaciated body, so instead, I am going to still sculpt that body perfectly, but now have fabric that's simulated to that body, truly accurate. It's going to be so good. And then Aloha, I'm ready for the next project whenever, honestly. The fall of Aloha might take me up to 3 months. I've kind of realized that I might complete your projects out of order, and I'm okay with that. So those are the updates. Empress, you use Marvelous too? Yes. Oh, sorry, Mike. As of recent. I'm obsessed with it. I've been learning it in the background between streams, but I have to finish the website first. So, once I'm done with the website, it's full steam ahead for Marvelous Designer. Reaper said, I don't mind. It was for fun anyway. You are a delight. Thank you. Empress says, my weekend was tiring, though every day is tiring, but I got some work done. Hopefully I can fit in a nap or something. I don't know. I'm the kind of person that when I nap, I just end up more tired. Turns out you're not supposed to nap for more than 2 hours because then it's just a small sleep. And I'm a recommended nap is 20 minutes. What the fuck is that? Oh, Samars. Why would you only sleep for 20 minutes? What is the point? Anyway. Reaper arted. Very good. And Alo did a bunch of work too. Good. Love to hear it. Oh no, Empress mentions I can't help chronic fatigue. In that case, a nap will not help you. In that case, rip, pace yourself, be kind to yourself. Yeah, Seder mentions Mia, the Fall of Aloha isn't a mini. Exactly, it's an art piece. Give it room to breathe, yeah. I am going to design it to be 3D printable because once I'm done with it, I'm going to print it this big on my desk. So, yes. Hey, Fortunate Things is here. Hey. Glad to see you can sometimes get lost in the detail, too. Humans sometimes. Seder already thinks I'm a witch, as it is, so don't even start with me. I love it. Seder, don't talk about my soul in public. You guys are wonderful. Okay. I don't really have any warm-up thing planned. So maybe I'll just post-process the Gunslinger. How's that sound? Ricky made some nice poses for that, and it'd be kind of nice to start the day off with some cute art. We started with a cute rock butt. Pretty strong start. So let's just keep it going. Alrighty. Oh, I think I downloaded those files first. Oh, and another aggressive reminder, if you haven't already, there is literally a pinned comment in the chat with fire saying launching soon. Click on that. Follow the thing. That's my project. It's going to be awesome. Okay. I know you guys have already done this, but I'm telling you anyway, just in case. And thank you. All right. Gunslinger time. So yeah, Ricky did 3 poses because he's been giving me a hard time. And he's mentioned it's probably really hard to not pick all 3. Yeah, that's really good. That's a really strong, just classic. Who doesn't love that? Gonna keep that one. These are all done in Character Creator 4. And I know Character Creator 5 is coming out. I don't care. I am definitely one of those people where it's just like, yeah, it's cool when new software comes out, but I don't want to learn anything new, which I know is a very not sexy answer. What I currently have is working. Isn't this the same pose? Did I click on these out of order? Yeah. Is this Seder today? Oh no. Me at the start of the stream. I appreciate the friendly vibes. Oh, I hope you get some sleep in. Ooh, that's a classic. I'll go ahead and I'll flip. Maybe, yeah, I'll put a holster on this side and then make it empty. This is going to be hard to pick a pose. So normally I do 2 poses for every character and I call them action and casual because usually one is more energetic than the other one. I don't have a plan for if there's a third one. If it's really epic, maybe I'll call it heroic. I'm not sure. If you guys have better ideas, let me know. Oh, it looks like she's shooting her. Whoop, let's go over there. Let's not do that. I get enough questionable things happening on stream without doing it on purpose. Oh, this is using the other rifle. What happened to this sleeve? Character creator. Bad character creator. That's okay. I will just make a new sleeve, which is very easy. Well, these are all pretty awesome. I guess I'll call it Action 2. It's not a very sexy naming convention, but they're for purpose. Oh, a section of it got masked. That's why it's acting like that. All right. Anyway, whatever. There's just going to be guns, so it's going to look like they're shooting each other. Is what it is. All right. Let me go ahead and open the main project file, so that way if any pieces are too goofed up, I could just go to my original, where it's unposed and not messed up. I accidentally deleted her eyes, so she just has like skin-colored eyes. Yeah, I know, it's weird. Anyway. Yeah, I'm still thinking about these 3 poses. Hey, Nyx is here. God, I need your skill. Oh, thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. And sure enough, my mods are like, she does teach. I do teach. Oh my God, Reaper said, don't call me TB. I'm not a lung disease. No one's calling you tuberculosis. That's what we're talking about, right? Amazing. Sater says, can I be me or not today? You can absolutely be you. I have the energy for it. Also, it is Chaos Monday. I'm going to try to make it Creative Monday instead of Chaos Monday, but we'll see. We'll see. Also, Nyx, on a real note, if you have any questions about how I'm doing this, like I'm a complete open book, especially because you're newer around here. I'm not going to just immediately shoo you into my mentorship program. Like you can ask questions for free. It's okay. Empress mentions, I am siphoning Mia's skills right now. Join in. Empress is a student of mine. That was a very weird way to say she's a student. I kind of love it. That makes all of you guys warlocks, right? And then makes me your patron. I've never, why be a cleric when you can be a warlock, you know? Anyway, so the first thing we're going to do here is kind of put a stamp off to the side. That way I can kind of have a clean silhouette reference of what lines I want to maintain when she's unposed. To do that, I'll do Shift and S. S for stamp or screenshot, however you think of it. And now I've got these 3 poses here. I don't need 3 duplicates of the base, so I'm going to split this one off. And I'm going to name it base, because it's a base. And then for these ones, I'll just delete them. I'm doing a lot of button clicking on my keyboard, so if you're curious how any of this is happening, just ask. If I said every shortcut as I was doing it, my stream would sound like nonsense. Anupam says, I'll call you Sigdel instead. Sigdel says, can you show how to do arm? Yeah, honestly, arms are a pain. I have like a thing I haven't said in a long time, but we don't talk about elbows around here because elbows, even when sculpted correctly, look stupid. Oh, 1 second. Seder says, in the casual pose, she's left-handed. In the action pose, she's righty. Well, I like your observation. Maybe she's ambidextrous. Maybe she's like a real sharpshooter. But also, I can just mirror these poses at any point. And you can also mirror in the slicer, so I'm not too worried about it. But that is very observant of you. Very Seder. Also, the belt reverses angles. Listen, Character Creator is doing its best. Okay? Be nice to Character Creator. Creative Chaos Monday. I like it. As far as how can I show how to do arm? Again, the way you worded that is very funny to me. And also, I'm not going to sculpt an arm on stream. If you're really unsure, your best bet is to go to Lightbox in ZBrush by clicking comma. Grab one of these base meshes here. There's 2 bodies, male and female. Literally just look at the arm and try to sculpt your own version of it. I recommend doing at least 2 subtools to do like from your wrist to elbow and then from elbow to shoulder. And then Ricky, who posed it, says to Seder, the belt reverses because she's pulling it up. Oh, that's true on this side. Either way, that kind of consistency between minis, I really couldn't care less. People don't usually swap out minis based on their pose, though that is really cool. So if someone were to use all 3 of these minis, they actually might want them to look more different. So there's some more like visual interest on the table. It is a good point though. Okay. It is time to clean these models up. I do think I'm going to keep all of them. We'll just call it action. These poses are very similar. And I like that there's different weapons. We can call it action pistol and then action rifle. Maybe that's what I'll do. Seder, likely story. Beautiful. All right, so we're gonna clean up these poses. What does that mean? Well, when you do literally anything in 3D, if more effort is more. So if you rig things and do it that way, you're saving time, but you're still have to go through and clean things up because different aspects are not gonna make sense. For example, we have some minor clipping issues, like her belt, for example, and her pants. So we're gonna fix all of that right now. A really easy way to do this is just grabbing Move Topological. It's very easy as an artist to get lost in the sauce where you're just like micromanaging individual details. I do this full time for a living, so time is money, honey. So a way that I keep like my artistic soul happy, but also don't work on this pose for an hour, I think of how long should it realistically take. I know I could get this completely cleaned up in 10 minutes. So I'll just set a timer on my watch for 10 minutes, and there you go. If you're newer to trying to get yourself into a time management flow, your best bet is to set your initial timer for half of your allotted time. So if you're gonna give yourself 30 minutes to do something, don't set your timer for 30 minutes because you're gonna get to 30 minutes and be like, I'm not even close. Set your timer for 15 minutes, assess your progress, and that will help you kind of build up that muscle to get things done in like a timely manner. I throw some of these rules out the window when I stream because I'm also talking to you guys, and that's very distracting and very fun. So I make sure I give myself a little bit of a break when I stream. That being said, I have all these lovely mods and they're all here in the same day, so I can especially trust them that if you guys need me, just type M3DM in the chat. It highlights in this bright, obnoxious orange, so I'm much more likely to see it. And if I do miss your question, just repeat yourself. I got no problem with that. No one's going to think that you're weird. Or they might think you're weird still, but that's a whole other issue. All right. I don't really know how I'm supposed to deal with this rifle on the back and give her a backpack. I feel like these things just do not mesh well, you know? All right. So I'm also looking at things that are for sure need to be fixed. Like for example, this gun was going through her leg and that doesn't look good. So that's worth fixing. Looking at this and be like, oh, this could be straighter. No, that's too small of something to repair. And again, it really depends on what your purpose is. These are going to be miniatures, so I still want them to be nice and thoughtful. But I don't need to go and, like, they're not meant to be like a 6-inch tall statue. You know what I mean? Though a lot of people do print my work that big, including myself. I also like printing my stuff really big because it's cool. Alrighty. Oh, Shane's here. Hello, hello. Hey, nice work. Love the tavern vibe. Thank you so much. It was actually really thought of like by viewers like you. But no, seriously, I think that Loa was the one that originally got this idea going, and I kind of just ran with it. That's also why I call you guys peasants. It's just part of the flair. But also, yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Torben's here. Goodness, we have a lot of new people today. Hello. This is very exciting. Torben says, hi, thanks for your replay on duplicate-free models. I'm new to YouTube channel, but I saw you online and now I wanted to say thank you. Aw, that's very sweet of you. I appreciate you stopping by to say thanks. Thanks for all the free models you give away. Yep, I do one every day. Speaking of, today there are 2 free models. So make sure you grab both of those. This is an older model, but still holds up really well. I'm proud of both of these. Yeah, I think it's really important that I have stuff available for free because 3D printing can be difficult. And it can be frustrating when you pay for these models and they don't even print well, you know? Because I have seen people that struggle with 3D printing, like the simplest thing, like they can't 3D print a rock, and yet they can 3D print very complicated things. Like everyone thinks differently or able to pre-support different things, so I just really enjoy offering them for free because I find that's actually the best way to get people to support my Patreon and Kickstarters if they've already been around and enjoying the stuff. And then that you're confident that you're going to get your money's worth, so to speak. And then I get to do what I love every day. It's a huge win-win. I'm just especially happy you took the time to say thank you, though. It's very sweet. Right now, I'm actually adjusting her hair because it does clip through the body in kind of a jarring way here. Because this is for 3D printing, I do inflate the hair a touch. Resin printers and even FDM do a very good job still, but I clean up the best I can. She kind of has a bald spot in the back of her head, so I'll fix that. Sater says, don't micromanage details. Nice passive call out. You know, honestly, not intentional, but if I can also roast a mod while I'm at it, I love that. I actually love my mods. I just... don't worry about it. This is just how we communicate. All right, this is looking really good. So whenever you have creasing like this, that obviously looks a bit odd, right? You can go through the effort of like pulling each layer away and that kind of stuff, but I find a really easy way to fix that is actually using the clay brush. It fills in those gaps really, really nicely. And if that doesn't work well for you, I also find Trim Dynamic with Alt held down also works beautifully. There we go. Oh, arms. Arms being weird. There we go. Also, if you hear this gentle, weird sound in the background, that is my dog snoring. Yeah, he had a really fun weekend, so he's probably going to be absolutely knocked out during today's stream, which means a lot of snoring. If he does wake up, I'll bring him up and you guys can see him on stream, but if he wakes up, we'll see. All right, I got 4 minutes left. I'd say she's about done as far as cleanup goes. Let me go ahead and give her eyebrows and hair again. Beautiful. Reaper says, I'm a sucker for Westerns. This is hitting just right. Insider mentions, explains your hate of tuberculosis. I never know what the chat is going to hold. Shane says, thanks for the warm welcome. Are these for a series? No, actually. So it's kind of hard to explain. Let me kind of get my thoughts together here. Everything on here is a Patreon request. So I have over 400 people that support me on Patreon, and they ask me to make their player characters, NPCs, bin bag evil guys, all that kind of cool stuff. So every single thing you see me sculpt on stream was someone's pride and joy. Like someone really spent time thinking about this character, and then they ask me to bring that to life. Sometimes I'll do a sketch, but usually just a written description. Like for this request, all they asked was a female elf gunslinger with a pistol, a rifle on her back, and a backpack. After that, they're just like, go nuts. And so that's what I do. Yeah. Torvin asks, how long do you stream? And is it only on YouTube? It's only on YouTube because I really like to interact with the chat. And I think if I also stream on Twitch, it'd be hard to give all of my peasants the attention they deserve. And how long I stream Monday through Friday, starting around noonish, and I stream anywhere between 3 to 5 hours. That's like the general flow. Good questions. Really good questions. So in the description, I have everything linked of like my Patreon, how that kind of stuff works. But I also do Kickstarter projects. That's been a newer thing that I've started to do here. I actually have, because all this is for 3D printing. This is actually going to launch next week. And I made all these minis as well. The whole point though is that it is for resin and FDM 3D printing. So if you have a 3D printer, I really encourage you to follow this project. I'm really proud of it, and it's going to be awesome. They're all designed for tabletop scale, but that being said, they're 3D models, so you can scale them up as tall or as big as you want, or as small as you want. I have some people that use my models for wargaming, so that's especially a tiny, tiny scale. It's not 28 millimeter, I think it's 15 millimeter. Absolutely tiny. All right, that's looking pretty darn good. I'm still not thrilled with how the rifle and the backpack are interacting. That's my only thing I'm not really happy with here. I'm not sure if I'm going to have the rifle visible on every single pose. We'll see. What I'm doing right now is splitting this rifle off into its own subtool, and this will allow me to move it around and really get that placement just right. It doesn't look very comfortable to have a rifle on your back and a backpack, but I think if I can get it looking right, it's going to be worth it. Maybe I can put it like on the side of her backpack, you know? And then that will also get it a little farther away from her hair. Again, I don't mind some clipping, but we don't want just like a rifle going straight through her body. You know what I mean? There we go. I think I'm missing, there's definitely some components of this rifle that are just not present. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this piece here, and I'll just grab the rifle from my original. There we go. And that's why I make sure to keep that unposed version handy. So that way if I need to, I can just kind of grab assets and get them all situated. So yeah, I don't sculpt just Westerns. I do a lot of, it's all like high fantasy, but I have like a pirates collection, Greek mythology, Japanese. I just recently passed 1,000 models. So that's covering characters, monsters, scatter terrain. We work on a lot around here. There we go. Still really messing with how this is going to fit. As you can tell, I have not walked around with a rifle on my back before. But I have walked around with a guitar, and I feel like it would fit something like this. Yeah, that works. And I'll go ahead and move her hair out of the way. And after that, this pose cleanup is complete. Awesome. Shane says, thanks for explanation. That's a lot of streaming. I need to up my game. Hey, it takes a while to figure out, I mean, you know this since you mentioned you stream, to make sure like you can stream but still get your work done that you need to get done, just keep at it. This isn't my first rodeo. I initially started streaming all the way back in like 2020, but I really didn't do it consistently until just 6 months ago. I would go almost a full year at a time without streaming. But this year it really clicked, which I'm grateful for because I think it's a lot of fun. But always, the art comes first. So if it's getting in the way of you creating and doing what you love, figure that out first. There we go. Perfect. All right, where is the base? There it is. So the way these are scaled are 28 millimeter, which just means that from the bottom of the foot to the top of her eye will be 28 millimeters. Oh, it's a new sub. I missed the usernames. It looked up late, but thank you so much. Torben says, I only have FDM printers, one Artillery cider winder, and a Noah Bamboo. Bamboo is amazing, the X1C. I adore that. I can't have resin in my living situation because of toxic fumes, so I'll be looking at you when it's out. Exactly, and that's why I thought it was so important to make this Kickstarter project, so that way, like, you can still enjoy minis, right? Here, I'm gonna put this link in the chat. Follow this project. I'm really proud of it, and we made sure to make these FDM compatible. That's the resin, that's the FDM, same scale. And then Foxy says, do you only use ZBrush to create? Pretty much. I do double check some mesh errors in Mesh Mixer. And then recently I've been toying with Marvelous Designer, but really my main skill set, it's all within ZBrush. Oh, it was you that subscribed. Oh, thank you so much. I just came across your video. Yeah, we've had a lot of new people today. Very exciting. So welcome in, welcome in. And yeah, Torben, I'm really glad that you have the Bamboo printer because we're actually going to share the 3MF files for that on our Kickstarter project, which means you can you'll see all of the settings. It's fully customizable because you have Bamboo. It's the way. Oh, sweet. Sader said nailed it. Okay, cool. Because I was not really figuring it out. Ooh, that's a really good reference though. I am going to rotate it just a touch because that looks even better. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Thank you, Sader. I don't know why I didn't ask for a reference. Speaking of, you guys should join the Discord if you have questions or want to be part of the community. We're very friendly around here. And the big thing is that you can't post links and images in the YouTube chat, right? But we're all artists and creatives. So it's nice to be in the Discord and have a little space where we can share references during the stream as well. Okay. This pose is complete. I'm going to show you guys how to get this 3D print ready. The first thing I do is check the mesh integrity. There's 20,000 edges that are shared. Okay, wow. That's probably the worst mesh error I've ever seen before. Well, good. We're on stream, and I also teach how to do this. So let me see what the issue is. The first thing I'm going to do is save the project, because when we're dealing with a number that high of issues, we might need to figure some things out. I'm going to do close holes and see how that does. Very good, no problem. And then click on Fix Mesh. That's going to take care of those tiny artifacts, which is usually just like a weird piece of topology that's trying to stitch a hole but failing to do so. The main heavy lifting that makes this 3D printable is remeshing any pieces that overlap. So for example, her vest here is a separate piece. See this? I can kind of move it around. But that means that this vest is also touching the shirt underneath it. Where those two meshes exist in the same location, we don't want that. It's unnecessary topology. So a really good way to repair that is click W for 3D Gizmo, the little gear, and then remesh by union. And that's going to take all these overlapping pieces and make them into one. Of course, my favorite saying, nothing ever works ever. So there are steps to further clean that up and make sure there's no holes within the mesh itself. Shane says, I used to stream on the Pixelogic YouTube channel. I haven't for a while due to health issues. So I'm going to start back up again. I only stream once a week for 2 hours. All right, I must pause and look them up right now. Because I might know exactly who you are, Shane. Because that sounded creepy. I would watch those streams all of the time. That's how I taught myself how to do this, by watching people like you that are very talented and would share their work. So I'm going to look you up really quick because I want to see if I'm familiar with your work or not. Because I swear, I thought your name looked really, really familiar. Or your name. I'm just curious. Yes, I know exactly who you are. Oh my goodness. Sorry, having a bit of like almost like a little celebrity moment here. I am so honored that you are here. I love your work. Okay, I'm gonna pull up your website if you don't mind. I guess I'm already doing it. I'm gonna put this in the chat too. You guys have to look at Shane's work. They're so talented. And by that, I mean, worked very hard to get this just excellent, clean work. Yeah, Shane Olsen. You're joking. Oh my God, that's so cool. Again, I hope you are feeling better and you start streaming again, because I just loved seeing you work. Yeah, who is this guy? 25 years in industry, 10 of those being at Disney. Yeah. Sorry, a bit starstruck here. That's amazing. Not that you need the attention, but anyone's in the chat, please look into their work. Amazing. Oh, and you do teach too. Amazing. I thought so. Again, I didn't want to be like, especially when you streamed before, I was like, what are the odds? Very cool. Very cool. Yep, Grimnir. Hi. I love your work. Glad to see you're back. Grimnir is one of my students currently. It's just really cool to have you here. Do we have a secret famous person in the chat? Yeah, low key, but like high key, low key. Awesome. Well, as you can see, I like cowboys. Yeah, no kidding. Amazing. Okay, I'm gonna try to like focus on my thing here. But still, if you have obviously anything you want to share or whatnot, we are all ears. And when you start streaming again, we're all gonna want to watch you. So. And then Aloha mentions, we have a wide range of artists at all levels in our community, so it's awesome to have you guys pop in today. It really is. Well put, Aloha. Reaper is a very talented 2D artist, so I love that she's kind of like, she'll appreciate your work immensely as well, Shane. But I can tell she's also like, 3D artist, what? All right, this decimated no problem, which is great. It's having some weird issue. So when you're working with 3D printing, topology kind of just goes straight out the window, which is great. When you're constructing, it's really nice to have clean topology just because it makes constructing so much easier. Again, you want to be as low poly as possible for as long as possible. That being said, when it comes to the final result that's 3D printable, you luckily don't have to really worry about any of that. There is no retopo that has to happen or baking normals or any of that kind of stuff. That being said, we are well through doors open here, and I do want to work on a new project. I can get this cleaned up for 3D printing some other time. But here are those 3 poses. It makes me want to position these so they're like in that, classic triangle standoff, you know what I mean? Anyway. Reaper says, I am the sole 2D artist. I am the black sheep. We all love Reaper very much. All right, let me go ahead and save this. And that's going to move us into the Tavern Keeper's Craft. Alrighty. So the main point of this is to work on a new project. And everything I work on is a request from Patreon. I think today is yet another Western request, which is really funny because most of my work is high fantasy. That is the beautiful of D&D though, like your character can look like whatever you want. All right, this request is from Bannock, and they say nothing because I clicked off my own screen. Come back. Where did you go? There we go. I just want this bigger. There we go. Bannock says new sub. Thank you, IR Sculpts. Welcome, welcome. We're starting a new project right now. Vanek says, an odd request, but would it be possible to get an American hero, John Brown, as a Warhammer Dark Elf? There's the high fantasy. Dark elves occupy the fantasy North America and are slavers, so an abolitionist dark elf is an idea that I love. Excellent. Let's start gathering references and putting this together. Alright, so I told them, what a combo. I always know you'll have something fresh for me creatively. Vanek has supported my art for a couple of years now, and it's because of people like them I get to do this full time, so big thank you to them. Alrighty, I'm going to put this request in our Discord chat over here. And if you guys want to start pulling up references, creative ideas, let me know. This is very much so a collaborative process in a lot of ways. In the meantime, let me open up my beginning ZPR. This is a starting ZBrush file that allows me to create characters really quickly. Everything in here was sculpted by moi over the years. And you'll see over here, I actually have like these little asset libraries I can use to kind of like kit bash in the beginning. I am starting to learn Marvelous Designer, so I'm gonna like throw away a lot of these assets and replace them with Marvelous Designer assets. But for now, here we are. All right, so they mentioned it is going to be based off of John Brown, which is not a lady. So I'm going to delete this female base mesh here and then show the male base mesh I have. He's very Chad, he's very plain looking, but don't worry, we're gonna spice him up. This is the month for Westerns. I love it. Alrighty. So I did a little bit of reading about John Brown, and it brings you to ConnecticutHistory.org. This is him. This is the only picture of his face I could find. We're not doing a one-to-one copy by any means, but I'm gonna incorporate some of the features here. All right, lots of references. Very, very good. And now let's also mention the other thing they said, which is a dark elf from Warhammer. So let's get references for that as well. And for this, I keep my reference gathering quite simple. I just type something in and go to Google Images, simple as that. I look at all of these and see what is the common thread between them. So I'm looking for like shape language and commonality. So this seems pretty strong, as does even this piece of, it's a throne, it's a chair. What is this? Regardless, I can see that there are very similar shape language between the two. We're seeing lots of triangles, sharp edges, that kind of stuff. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll just take something like this and I will just grab literally like a box screenshot, and that will be something that I reference to kind of keep. There we go. So you can glance at that and kind of see what there's two of the same ones here. Anyway, and kind of see what are some commonalities and color palette. 3D printers don't print in color, but I still like to poly paint as I create because it's fun. And then Paint says Bina. Drukhari. Look up Raiders. Okay. Drukhari, Warhammer, and then specifically they mention Raiders. Okay. Very, very cool machinery. I'm assuming that you were hoping that characters would pop up. So let me click on this one instead. Maybe we'll get some more of those characters. No, but the shape language here still is quite similar. So let me just take this. Probably about 5 more minutes of gathering references, and then we're kind of just hop right into it. Oh, these are cool too. I don't think they want something quite this heavy metal helmed, but very cool. The real question is how are we going to reconcile this Western request with this dark elf vibe to it? So it's going to be a Warhammer dark elf, but the vibe, you know, it's going to be John Brown. You have to see what's being inspired by what. What is the fundamental here? Is it a dark elf looks like a cowboy, or vice versa? So Linking without a beard. Yeah. Yeah, did they specify what class this is going to be? Abolitionist dark elf. I think it's going to look more like a Western. Classic Western suit. Yeah, this. Aloha, are you also like wheel spinning as well? I'm trying to figure out which one of these is supposed to win. And what I mean by that, is it a Western or is it a dark elf? You know what I mean? Could I get the American hero John Brown as a Warhammer dark elf? What the? Okay. Torvin says, so why do you use ZBrush over Blender or other programs for 3D? Sorry if I said that before many times. No. I teach. I love answering questions. And of course, good questions get asked frequently. I use ZBrush because I do a lot of high poly sculpting, and I'm a Blender snob. I didn't like it. It didn't click with me. Blender's a great software. I think I am wrong on this, but I just didn't like it. Forge says, Drakari are the sci-fi 40k dark elves. Warhammer Fantasy Battle dark elves are the fantasy swords and sorcery versions. Which were they after? Truly, I don't know. Warhammer dark elf. Maybe it's more the sci-fi side. No, they wanted the fantasy. Yeah, dark elves occupied the fantasy North America. Yes. All right, it is going to be a dark elf that looks like John Brown. Maybe it's like this. Shoot, I don't know. No, that's perfect. That's the combination of ideas we're going for here. Okay. We're going to do a true fusion of both ideas. Oh, I don't usually get stumped like this. This has been fun. Paint is just saving my ass right now. Thank you. Okay. These have both of those vibes. Thank you. Perfect. So essentially we're going to do a classic Western suit with secondary forms that are much more reminiscent of dark elves from Warhammer. So think of like that sharp filigree essentially. All right, that's enough planning. Now I have a clear vision. Let's get started. The first thing I'm going to do is grab as many assets from my asset library that I've created to kind of save me some time. As far as the hairstyle goes, I'm not quite certain. I'm going to put a big classic cowboy hat on him anyway. So I do have one of those modeled already. Whenever I'm moving from one tool to another, all I have to do is click append, and then I can grab that piece. So that's how this asset library kind of functions. That hat is way too big. But again, we're kit bashing. Yeah, paint to the rescue. Thank you. Aloha says, I'm on it, boss. Very weird request though. Let's see what we can get. Sounds good. I know we can make it awesome. Alrighty. I will go with a shorter hairstyle here. Where is that guy's face? There we go. And that is the face of who we're creating. I can go with a simpler hairstyle. We'll allow about 10 minutes for this blockout phase, and then we'll move on to, making brand new assets, because obviously I'm not going to have everything here. Very good. And again, Paint, I am so grateful for you right now. That was extremely helpful. And then once we're done kit bashing, I'll put a fun stamp of this off to the side, and we can kind of watch as this transforms. When Delary says, oh, welcome back. I know I showed up late, but is this going to be a dark elf with a big bushy beard? No. No beard. Kind of looks like the dad from OG Jumanji. That's a top comment of the day so far. All right. Where is a basic suit? I usually you'll notice that a lot of pieces in my asset library are detail-less and single-sided. This just makes them a lot easier to work with and iterate new things from them. Man, Paint is killing it right now. It's going to be that filigree and probably some sort of shoulder piece like this that's going to bring it all together. Also, the requester has been supporting me on Patreon for a couple of years, which is a huge benefit because that means that they like my stuff. I don't have to worry about making something that's not quite perfect, as long as it is just well thought through and aesthetically appealing. All right, we'll go with just a simple leather boot here. Most of it's going to be covered up anyhow. again, we're in our chaos kit bashing stage here, so I can start playing with shapes and silhouette and how this is going to fit onto the body. I mean, obviously, this is the finished 3D model. Is this not what you wanted? Torvin asks, what tools do I use? Well, pretty much everything pinned on my custom UI, so mostly just these brushes. Between Move, Damn Standard, and Standard, I can get just about anything done. CMarks is here. Hello, hello, welcome in. And David, hey, lively today. Alrighty, I do want to start getting some of these sharper forms in. Originally, I designed these to be knee pads, but because of the way that I created them, I can very, very easily actually make them shoulder pads. So I'm using mirror and weld to kind of play with different shapes here. Again, the whole point of this kit bashing stage is to kind of figure out what my overall shapes are going to be. I feel like some sort of sharp detail would be cool, especially if I duplicate that. I'm just gonna let that sit there for right now. It's gonna make sense. If this is your first M3DM live stream, you're in for a treat. You're gonna watch it all come together. Or not, and I'll be like, better luck next time. That would be a first, though. Ooh, I should have grabbed this initially. I didn't see this nice, clean trench coat I did a while ago. Bam. Let's go ahead and delete that and replace it with this. Excellent. All right, looking good. I think we're done with the kit bashing stage. Ooh, I love this a lot. If I go in with like a bit more delicate, sharp filigree accents, this almost has like a slight, like, what is it? What is the Vampire Slayer guy? Not Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the other one, the guy, the older movie. I'm totally drawing a blank right now. He fights vampires. Van Helsing. Ha! Reminds me of that. There's that reference. Ooh, my dog is in full swing snoring back there. Don't worry about it. All right, here is our beautiful kit bashing. Now to make this make sense. No, I mean, like, do you use a pen tool and not a mouse? Oh, absolutely. People that sculpt with a mouse are monsters. If you're 3D modeling, like, that's fine. But if you're like organic sculpting, you're gonna use a pen. I have a Cintiq. It's very expensive. You don't need one. Don't buy this. How's that for some de-influencing? You can get if you want to like start out with this, you can use a Wacom Intuos, which is like $80, or a Huon Canvas, which is like the next step up. It's a display screen for like $350 US. Don't buy this. It's like $2,000. You don't need it. Van Helsing. Yes, thank you. Sater says, you joked, but that would be fairly in line with what they asked for. That's true. David, Mia, you think I'm a monster? You're sculpting with the mouse by click and dragging? My dude. Why? Why? Oh, these are really helpful. Thank you guys. Okay, now what we're gonna do is start bringing this together and making sense. We can start, I usually start from like the top down. Reaper says, I'm gonna buy it just to spite you. No, you're not. It's like over $1,000. Look, it's Dan Dimmadome. Oh my god. Fairly Odd Parents reference in the chat. I love it. Is it Dan Dimmadome or Doug Dimmadome? I can't remember. All right. First thing we need to do is make sure that his hair actually sticks to his head. For most of these, I'm going to be just using the Move brush to kind of get them into place. As you can tell, he's kind of got that Lego hairstyle going on. In about, I would say 30 minutes, we're going to have something that looks quite cool. But until then, don't rush the process. Sometimes we sculpt from scratch, sometimes we do this kit bashing thing. It really just depends on the day and what kind of work I'm doing. Usually when I'm doing creatures, you'll see a lot more of that sculpting from scratch. I recently did a cherry blossom dragon completely from scratch. That was a delight. Oh, that was so much fun. And as I go through here, I'm going to add a bit of poly paint. Already looks a lot nicer. And we do need to sculpt his head to actually look like a dark elf. As I position things and give into place, I'm using mirror and weld to make sure that they are, here we go, symmetrical, because there's no point in doing things twice. Thank you, Ricky. Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Yes. Wendeller says, curious if anyone sculpts with a trackpad. Don't even put that evil in my chat. I would just, heresy. Immediate heresy. David says, I mean, I have a $20 Wacom, but yeah, I lean on my mouse a lot. Okay, again, using a mouse is fine, especially if you're doing like hard surface modeling. But if you're sculpting like a body or a face, you're being so inefficient and hurting your hand. Don't do that. Monster behavior. Here we go. In case you guys are like, what the heck is she talking about? This is Doug Dimmadome. Obviously. If you watched Nickelodeon when, I don't know, 15 years ago, you probably saw this. Aloha says, Mia hates mouse ear users. Yes, that's like opening up like paint on like a Microsoft computer and like trying to click and drag and draw. It's just insane. Just like use a pen. No. Anyway. You know, for the most part, I'm all about if it gets the job done, no problem. But I have my limits. All right, I like that these hats are a bit flatter and not that classic 10-gallon hat. Also, the way that this flares out on the bottom is just not right. If I need to tuck some of the hair in, that's fine, as long as I'm not pushing it through his skull. Does that make sense? I'm going to click Auto Groups and split the brim off into its own piece so I can really start modifying this. Again, I like this sharper brim that I think Seder put in here. Again, this is the beauty of taking your time when you're constructing assets, because this saved me a lot of time than doing it completely from scratch, but only because of the way I constructed it. If I Dynamesh this to be a million points and throw it in my asset library, that would not be very easy to work with or very helpful. The top of this hat looks a little ridiculous because we're going for almost more of like a, I won't call it a fedora because I also don't care for fedoras, but these have a bit of a flatter brim. Let's take this, widen it out. All right, we're gonna get a little bit of poly paint on here and then keep on moving down this. Again, when you're sculpting, you want to work from your large shapes to your smallest shapes. So I'm not going to come in with like fabric folds or stitching until the very, very end. So we did kit bashing, very chaotic, right? And now we're refining our primary shapes. Aloha says, Mia skipped my reference. I didn't even see it. Oh, here it is. If I forget about you, as Aloha has demonstrated, just complain about it. Just keep saying it until I see it. I found these to be the most interesting. Lots of room for Warhammer design in the armor and gothic add-ons. That's what I was trying to say earlier. It's the add-ons that are going to make this look dark elf-esque. Oh, these are beautiful. Yes. We're going to just yoink, download both of these. These will be a little easier to see on my other monitor. Thank you, Aloha. Okay, David says, to be fair, I have a 3D mouse too, so that might help. Better. I still hate it, but you're right. That is less heresy. Still, don't like it. I'm giving them a very hard time, but it's partly just because they're a student of mine. That's what I do. Alrighty. Let's get these pulled up. Thank you, Aloha. Torben has a hue on canvas. Beautiful. That's definitely recommended. I love to draw on it, but I like to start sculpting. So I see a lot of videos to learn, but I'm not sure what is the best way to start. I just build my main PC that can handle all of it. if you're not sure about your best way to learn how to sculpt, it depends what your goals are. If it's just like, if you want to go into like the 3D industry and you'll need a lot of fundamentals and correct construction and all this other kind of stuff. If it's more of a hobby and you're looking for 3D printing or selling one-offs, I might be your girl. I teach, and that's exactly what I could help you with. Alora says, fun fact, Mia actually sculpts by holding the pen with her feet. She just hides it with the high-up camera. No. Beautiful. All right, and we are moving right along here. I'm gonna hide any of these secondary shapes. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this weird thing I made out of just a bunch of shoulder pads, but I kind of like it. We're gonna delete it for now. The next thing we're gonna do is fit this suit. I'm gonna get roughly to the center line and then mirror and weld. I do like that the shirt has a fold on it though, so I'm gonna split that off into its own piece. Scooting this over until I don't get that ugly center line as much, and then I can just smooth that out. There we go. All right. If double is not turned on, you'll see this doesn't even exist. This is how I design clothing. They're just single-sided polys. That way I don't have to worry about adding any thickness until I absolutely have to. Which I definitely do, because these are designed for 3D printing, and it has to exist to 3D printed. Kind of got a weird thing going on here in the back construction. I don't think I knew what I was wanting, and so I mumbled a bit with this design back here. That's going to be a future Mia problem. All right, that is fit. It is symmetrical. Let's go ahead and fix any minor clipping issues. Beautiful. I can use Move Topological to grab individual sections and refine them a bit further. Again, I'm really dialing in on the overall line of the silhouette. So for example, we don't want it to be bubbly. We're not giving him princess sleeves. He is not royalty. Lines really matter. I like this coat. Let's make it more of a purplish tinge. And then for the undershirt, I'm not sure what we're gonna do, but he's definitely not going to be shirtless, though these references I do enjoy. Torvin asks, how does the mentorship work? It's very flexible, and it's really just based on what your goal is. I have some students that want to do 3D printing for their own business. I have some students that want to eventually go into industry. So you let me know what your current skill level is. It's okay if it's 0. Some of my students can't even draw a stick figure when they started with me. And then I build a program to help you get to your goals. For the most part, I really recommend going through the fundamentals. I will show you, like, I have videos I will link you to that I have provided, but essentially I give you a bite-sized assignment at a time. For example, if you're brand new, the first thing I give you is setting up your workspace, how to get your desk formatted, how to sit in an ergonomic, healthy way for your body to create long-term. And then your next assignment will be like navigation. How do you open the program, how to move around, that kind of stuff. But the big thing is I don't just like give you my video library and set you loose, because people get really overwhelmed, understandably. So instead, I give you a very simple bite-sized assignment. You complete it, ask me any questions you have, and then you get the next one and the next one. And we build upon it like that. But it's very focused, small assignments. Oh my God, sleeveless and shirtless. Oh my God. We'll see. We'll see. Alora says, Mia, if someone bought 3 priority tickets and asked you to sculpt something small, only using the mouse, would you do it? Absolutely not. I was joking, like, I can be bought. No, not for that. Also, Patreon won't let you buy 3 priority tickets. It will only let you buy 1 until I reset the entire listing. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. He's not going to be shirtless, y'all, but I might do some sort of sleeveless fun. We'll see. I'm going to start toying with these sharp forms here by kind of giving him like a interesting tail coat almost. I'm just going to mask a little section here, Command W to make it a polygroup, and then delete hidden. And then I can start refining this to get some interesting shapes. He is an elf, so I can make this a bit more waifish, a bit more willowy. So many gunslingers recently. It's true. I think sometimes people will look through the request board and they get inspired by the request above them, and then I get a bunch of iterations based on that. Reaper says, my heart is going pitter-patter seeing them. Alrighty. I had no idea Reaper had such a love for Westerns. Alright, we're gonna hide the pants just for a moment here. Just so I can get these boots into position. I find it easiest to flip the model upside down and turn off perspective and then turn on transparency. They can really fit these to, is that mirror and weld? Okay, I was concerned. Is that, anyway, get these fit to the bottom of his foot. I might tuck in the slacks and then have the excess kind of bunch up around his knee if I find the silhouette is looking a bit plain. You'll notice that my default base mesh here is very muscular, and I find it's easier to slim down a body rather than bulk it up. So that's why all my base meshes are very muscular from the default. It also kind of serves as like a guideline for me to figure out where things are supposed to go, because I forget sometimes. All right. These knee pads are in the way. Looking at my references, it does look like boots showing is kind of the way to go here. Reaper says, I grew up on John Wayne, courtesy of my grandma. Oh, I love that. Torben says, I'd also probably make it more ragged. He is a slave based on description. No, he is an abolitionist, so he saves slavers. Saves slavers. Oh my god, no, save slaves. Slavers don't need saving. Yes, he's an abolitionist, anti-slavery, and a slaver culture. Thank you, Sater. That being said, I do think we're going to make it a bit more ragged and sharp to really bring in that like triangle shape language. Oh good, Aloha is ready to show off their Gunslinger today during happy hour. Amazing. Everyone's very excited to see it. Aloha has a new, absolutely beautiful project to share with y'all today, and I'm very excited to show it off, and I'm very proud of them. All right, we are going to do a bit of a tuck here, so I'm going to remove the bottom of the pants. And then kind of tuck all that excess geometry in. Let's go ahead and hide the coat just for a moment. We're making lots of improvements here. There we go. All right, next thing I'm gonna do is mask just the bottom of these and then come in with the inflate brush. I can start building up some of that silhouette that I want. Oh, it deleted his entire body. I love that. Fun fact about ZBrush is if you delete a subtool in a folder and the folder is collapsed, it deletes everything in the folder. It's really cool. And by that, I mean I absolutely hate that. It's really stupid. That's okay. I chronically quick save, so I didn't lose much progress. What a useless future. I love ZBrush. I do. It just has some quirks that I'm like, why? Why would you do that? All right, there we go. And again, you'll notice that I'm pretty much constructing this entire character just using a couple of brushes. It can be fun to like go brush shopping and find fancy things on ArtStation and whatnot, or make your own. But just don't forget that at the end of the day, you can just get it done with the default brushes. You don't have to buy anything super fancy. And then we're going to be adding a lot of different belts to this character. And I'll need to make some really nice sharp fabric folds to make all this look right. Aloha, what are you side-eyeing? I chronically hit save. Quick save. Thank you. Don't make it weird. This Monday has actually been really productive and really on track. Let's try to keep it that way. Torben, is ZBrush one payment or subscription? It's a subscription. It used to not be, and then it got sold from Pixelogic to Maxon, and now it's evil. I know. Womp womp. What is the difference between ZBrush and ZBrush Core? ZBrush Core does not have all of the features that the UI is identical. So ZBrush Core will not have the Z modeler brush, which is going to allow you to do stuff like interact with topology and get this specific menu, like that kind of stuff. This is modeling, not sculpting. So you won't have that with ZBrush Core, and you won't have certain UV mapping, unwrapping, that kind of good stuff. But if you're just learning how to sculpt, you don't need to mess with UVs at all. Unless we're doing noise modifiers. But anyway, ZBrush Core is plenty sufficient for learning how to sculpt. I used it for a long time until I could afford ZBrush. We've made quite the improvement here. David says, Mia, also trying to do the A pose thing first and then posing had completely thrown out 50% plus of how I modeled to begin with. Yeah, I would not recommend learning how to sculpt outside of symmetry unless you have really solid anatomy fundamentals. Otherwise, you're gonna bake in your mistakes twice. David says you could use Blender. Aloha, you're on thin ice. You could use Blender, absolutely. I will not teach you if you use Blender because it would not be fair to you. I like to under-promise and over-deliver, and I cannot over-deliver when teaching in Blender because I just do not have the experience to back that up. They call me the Blender Bandit. Also, Aloha's making fun of me here about I chronically hit save because I recently deleted an entire project. And by that, I mean I never saved it in the first place. I've been doing this full time for 6 years and that has never happened before. It was unfortunate, and I realized it on stream. It was quite dramatic. Reaper says, I am a Blender user. No, you're not. You're a 2D artist. Alrighty. I'm going to start creating some of these fabric folds. I'm going to go ahead and close holes now. And notice that I'm creating these kind of crumpled up fabric folds right here at a very low resolution. Again, I say this all the time, huge proponent of working as low poly as possible for as long as possible. People are like, why? Because my students immediately will take this up to 1,000,000 points and be like, but look how much nicer that looks. I'm like, yeah, but the more polys, the more problems. You want to be able to accomplish a very strong silhouette with something nice and clean, and that will allow you to iterate and control your form so much better. You'll also run into a lot less crashing and general problems if you construct things like this. All right, that's looking pretty good. We're getting some visual interest. I think his feet are a touch small, but that's okay. We're not going to do these knee pads at all then. Delete. I think it would be cool if he did not have sleeves, perhaps. We're going to hide them for right now, and I'm going to play with this silhouette. I'm going to shorten up this jacket by using my 3D gizmo, position it right at the top, and then squish. Before, after. I'm really playing with this coat here and seeing how I can create some visual interest. You have to be really careful with this trench coat because depending how you do it, you can get a very feminine silhouette very quickly. I like this line falling somewhat, drawing a lot of attention to these like compression folds. I just think it looks really cool. Again, we are in that playing with shapes stage. details get all of the credit, but really where it's at is figuring out how like your primary forms and secondary forms are going to benefit each other. Does that make sense? Covering this whole thing with a bunch of fabric folds, well, yes, it will add some visual interest. It doesn't mean it's a better design. The stylized, and stylized doesn't really mean anything. When I say stylized, I usually just mean more like cartoonish or simplified forms. That's the style that Shane sculpts in that we highlighted earlier. Excellent artist. And that really shines. He doesn't hide behind details at all. Doesn't mean he doesn't have details in his models. It just means that all of his lines are so intentional and so clean. Again, it's a really cool way to sculpt. His new sub. Thank you. Sticks. You can do 2D in Blender. Oh, that's true. That is true. Grease pencil. Yeah, originally, ZBrush has a lot of functionality like that as well. Although it says, Mia, like you said before, a ton of heavy lifting will come up in the flavor pieces and skull elements on top of the base work. Exactly. Don't rush your primary forms. Forge says, I am a Blender user too. Also, sorry for the TB faux pas. You did call my mod tuberculosis, which is hysterical, and I love it. All right, so if you are just tuning in or you haven't looked up in a while, look up. This is what we had about 15 minutes ago. Isn't he lovely? And now here's where we're at. So again, this is why I do that kit bashing approach, because it helps me streamline the process, but really it's so I can play with more shapes and iterate them more quickly. Okay, now that I'm looking at a Lowe's reference, I want to do this coat totally different. Okay, I have a plan. Every time I say I have a plan, I think of Dutch from Red Dead 2, but I can't sound like that because I'm not a man. But just keep that in mind that if you could just insert, if you play that game, which you should, I have a plan. All right. I want this to sweep around the model more. Okay. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? Okay. I know what I'm going to do. First thing I'm going to do is cut this topology off right here. Oh, I forgot I had the sleeves off. Let's just make those a separate piece because I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. All right. Next, I'm going to delete this piece of topology here and then smooth this line. I'm also going to break this into its own piece. And instead, we're going to drop this line here. It's going to be really low. And it's going to kind of swoop around. Again, more of like that Van Helsing-like look. That's what's going to unify this dark elf, sharp secondary forms. Although, if you look at your references that you sent me, you already know what I'm looking at. There we go. Because he just has such a boring silhouette right now. Which is fine. But I've done a lot of gunslingers, you know? So let's make it something interesting. I wouldn't even mind creating a bit more of like this droopy sleeve. He'll look almost like a magic user, which I love that idea because he's going to be a dark elf. David said, oh, Mia, by the way, I heard Core will no longer be able to be downloaded. Yeah, no, it'll be able to be downloaded. You just can't purchase it anywhere anymore because it's dumb. Torben says, okay, so if I understand this correctly, I have to pay for ZBrush. Yes. Then pay you through Patreon if I want to learn all the steps. Absolutely. Again, that's if you want me to teach you. But you can always just download a free trial of ZBrush and have fun. Or download Blender for free. Find some free YouTube videos online. Everyone's made the infamous donut tutorial from Blender Guru. And do that as well. Yeah, no, Core was never free. It was just $10 a month, which is excellent. All right, we're going to spice up my scene here a bit. Actually, do I have this still? I do, because I think that this base will work really well for this character too. And again, I like putting a base on the model sooner than later because it kind of helps build that storytelling. My lighting is also quite boring right now, so let's go ahead and spruce that up. I have a macro I've created called Scene, and all this does is changes my shadows and ambient occlusion and background very, very quickly. But if you look at that and you're like, wait, what the heck? I am very happy to share exactly what was changed. All right, I'm just double checking to make sure it actually did the things it was supposed to, because sometimes it doesn't. I like having like the scene just look a little more aesthetically pleasing, but also it does make it a little easier to see on stream. All right, let's go with kind of like a dusty tan. I'm gonna use my paintbrush for that. And I'm just doing a solid fill poly paint. Later on, I'll go in and I'll paint different variations in hue and maybe even some color spray. David says there was a video they've watched that said it was free. You're thinking of ZBrush Mini Core. Hey, I didn't name these things. I know it's stupid. ZBrush Mini Core is free. ZBrush Core was never free. That's how they get you. Yeah, they're supposedly going to rework some new plans. I don't believe them. I'm right there with you, Sater. Whenever you're doing a metal color, you want to come over to this blue, something cold tone. If you do like a warm brown metal, I mean, you can, but I'm trying to get this a contrast for my character. So I'll go to a bluish tone and pick a bluish gray. Let's go with a lighter color. There you go. Torben says, I like the way you explain yourself. Thank you. I've worked on it for a long time. Communication is hard. I just, a little nervous. I don't know how long I need to be a paid member to get all the steps. I hope it makes sense. Like, do you have 100 videos, part 2 follows? You know, it really depends if you're, it depends at what pace you want to go. I just suggest to you, I don't usually give students new assignments on weekends, but Monday through Friday, if you get through 5 assignments in a day, that's great. Usually my students can get to creating their own projects and beginning within 2 months. So 2 months of mentorships, that would be $60 US. Again, it depends, because the benefit of having me being able to mentor and smooth out those fundamentals is everything. But when you go into project work, you're going to improve much slower without a mentor. So sometimes people, they'll pay for the mentorship with me, get their fundamentals done, and then when they feel like they have, they'll fly the nest, they just immediately fall out of the nest and crash and burn because they don't have a second set of eyes, So I don't want you to get these fundamentals and these tools and then try to go out on your own and get frustrated. You know what I mean? So realistically, to get the most out of it, it'd probably be like 6 months. But yeah, Sater says, it depends on how fast you pick things up. You could crush your lessons in a month. Not likely possible. Absolutely. And again, because it's not really about watching the video lessons, it's more so that you can ask me direct questions. So yeah. Some people are internet savvy and perhaps have found versions of ZBrush that are there are versions of ZBrush out there that if you're internet savvy would be very easy on the wallet. Let's put it that way. I don't condone this. Yeah, Sater says, quote, I don't want to get these tools and fundamentals and then fall out of the nest and die. Exactly. Like, I don't know. Like, art is it can be a very frustrating thing, Aloha says, as a user who is approaching 6 months of membership and mentorship, this is true. Aloha has been a student of mine for 6 months. I worked on areas I was weak at first and then moved on to project work at my own pace. Yes, and that is what most of my students end up doing. Torben says, all right, I get it. Very good. Yeah, we're a very talkative bunch. So if you ask a question, you get lots of information. That's kind of one of the best things about this. Especially if you have time to join my live streams like you are now, you're going to get a ton of value. But in the meantime, just if you're worried about the money, don't pay for anything. Just download Blender, and then the general process of how I create is transferable, just not the specific tools. Here we go. David said, I'm a student of hers. She won't be able to answer Blender questions, but 100% I watch her and other ZBrush users, and they do translate to Blender. Exactly. Sater says, Mia, I just had to repeat it because that is the only time a baby bird falling out of a nest has been humorous to me. All right, let's keep on going. I took a nice little break there to kind of, for myself as well. I want to get him looking like an elf. He doesn't look like an elf right now. Oh, he's not supposed to. That's right. He's supposed to look like a man. Never mind. I want him looking like this guy. So let's go ahead and achieve that. We're going to zoom in on the face. We're going to hide the hat. Again, we're not really going to be able to see much of his face, but that's fine. All right, and this is a dark elf that looks like him, right? As a dark elf. Okay, so it's a dark elf, somehow with these features, but elfy. Okay, this is a hard request. I like it. So one of the first things we're going to do is get that purplish skin tone. I need to get this shirt the right color first. There we go. Next up, we're going to just blanket this in kind of a light. If this shirt does not stop changing colors, I'm going to lose my mind. Oh, there's 2 shirts. That explains a lot. There we go. Moving on. When you are poly painting, do not go over here to the super high saturated area and click fill object. That is a very difficult color to work with. If you're just like a color mastersmith, good for you. This takes a lot of skill to get high saturation to look good, especially if you're doing like a semi-realistic like what I'm doing. You want to hang out over here. This land, that is your friend. That is going to be so much easier to work with and to poly paint and all that good stuff. I'm going to go with a darker color here. Kind of like a drow. Alao said, Mia feeds off her Blender student's misery like a goblin seizing gold from a fallen adventurer. Yes. Paint said, if you need a free trial version of ZBrush, let me know. Thank you, Paint. You are our resident pirate. Beautiful. Max says, I can vouch for Paint's trial version. Did not kill my computer. Very good. Oh, Sater says, Mia, be aware that Drukhari aren't purple-gray. They're goth boys, so super pale and wiry. I thought it was I don't know if, so are Drukhari Dark Elves and Warhammer? Because it's the fantasy side. Let me look this up. Dark Elves, Warhammer, 40K, fantasy. What is that, Age of Sigmar? Oh, no, you're still correct. Pale. Okay. Thank you for that correction. We are pivoting. Midlife crisis Thanos. Now we're going to humanify him again. All right, I got it. So in that case, what we're going to do is we're going to lighten this up, and then we're also going to change his facial features and his ears. A really easy way to do this is to drop your subdiv down to its lowest, mask the ears just at the top here, and then bring up your transpose line. This will preserve a lot of the anatomy there and give you something that's pretty easy to work with. He does have a giant cowboy hat on, so you're not going to see a lot of this ear, but I can kind of lower it to get some of that shape. There we go. They are pinned to his ears right now, so make sure you look at both views because this is, in fact, a 3D model. There you go. Excellent. The next thing we're going to do is change his skin tone to be more of like this wiry, pale goth. To do that, I'm going to reduce the RGB intensity because if I come in with just like a flat paintbrush, I'm losing a lot of dimension that I poly painted in here. So we're going to pale him up just a touch and then come in with these very dark colors. Still introducing that purple hue. I don't want him to look like he has lipstick on, but I do want this paler look. All right, a lot of changes are going to happen very quickly here. So if you struggle with sculpting faces or even editing them, pay attention. Confusingly, I need to take these features and make them look elvish, which is very difficult in some ways because he does not look like an elf. That being said, I can find a happy medium between the two by adjusting his jawline and his cheekbones. He does have very prominent cheekbones and low like eye sockets, which is great, and I can work with that. Also, his nose shape is going to really benefit us here as well. Again, the face is very sensitive. So when you're sculpting it, don't get discouraged. Just make, this is the only time I recommend these small little movements. Even then, I mean, honestly, the draw size of my brush is still quite large. All right, he has quite the sneer on his face right now. We're going to soften that up a touch. And then, yeah, Sater, oh yes, ask again. Thank you, thank you. Torvin says, I will try to ask my question again. Yeah, if I miss your question, just keep repeating yourself. I don't want to miss your question. Do you ever start from a blank page and complete it? I ask because many skip a lot and show some and next stream on the parts way longer in the process. Ugh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Here, rather than just answering you here, let me help you out. Because people that skip steps drive me insane. Because I can't figure it out on myself. If I'm going to learn something, I need somebody to show me every single step. And I do have a video online that's free that is actually part of my program as well. So you can kind of get an idea of how I teach. Bam. Here's a video that'll kind of give you an idea of how I create something from scratch. Again, I had short blonde hair, it was a long time ago. But I go through every single step and I will teach you how to go from nothing to this really beautiful dress here in just 30 minutes. Again, it's so important to not skip over steps. I totally know what you're talking about. And no, I do not do that. And if I ever show you how to do something, it'll be in one video, blank page, start to finish. They'll never be like, oh, and then you just do this. It's like those really annoying like art books that show like step 1, step 2, and then it's finished. And you're like, wait, how do you get there? Art is difficult, and at some point, you will have to make a lot of decisions on your own, but not in the beginning. In the beginning, it's quite cut and dry. Like, click on this button, click on this button. There you go. Exactly. Beautiful. And then Max does confirm that Mia does show every step in detail. I really appreciate all my students vouching for me so much. I do take feedback well, so students, you can always criticize how I teach too, and I'll just store it in the brain and then improve. Yes. All right, he also has these really strong wrinkles on his face, so let's go ahead and start building those in. Again, we're not sculpting this face, but we want to take the key elements and incorporate them into our model. I'm coming in with my damp sander brush here, quite heavy-handed. We're gonna hide his eyebrows because they're getting in the way. He's also gonna have some wrinkles up here. And then we're gonna hollow out these cheeks a touch, which is perfect. We're starting to get a bit of that elvish look while also staying somewhat true to our reference. The reference has much thinner lips. That's what you're actually gonna end up seeing, but it does matter to still sculpt this entire face. I see that my dog is awake and he's like just scratching at the rug. I know, what? He's like, okay, I'm ready for my attention. I'm working, honey. I know. Yes, Maverick. I did say I'd give them a little showcase of you if you woke up, and then you actually did wake up. Just a moment. All right, it's gonna move this hairline up, even though we can't see a lot of it. Maybe I'll do a no hat version, you know? All right, his face looks completely different. This is what we started with, and this is what we have now. And that's kind of what I'm talking about, where The face is very, very sensitive. Doesn't look as old as I wanted him to look, I think. But so much of his face is not going to be visible that I should leave well enough alone. There we go. We're getting there, though. Sater says face reference at the bottom of Discord. Oh? Oh, I like these blockouts a lot. I'm wiry. These are super helpful. Oh, that is cool. I love seeing like these kind of form explorations, just 3 tones. They're really effective. Yeah, that gives me an excuse to make his eyes pure black. And if I can ever black out the sclera, I do. I never take an opportunity to miss that. Yoink. Spooky. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that reminds me. I should push that nose even further. Ooh, I like that sneer. There we go. Sharp. Let's go ahead and lighten this tone up. I don't want to give him just like a giant purple nose. I just want it to be a little darker. There we go. I feel like his face is so short and stubby somehow. Let me go ahead and just mask this entire section. Oop, not like that. And stretch. Before, after. I know it's a little extreme. Sometimes you need to push your forms a lot to figure out what you want. Also, this volume that's happening on the outside of these nasolabial folds is not right. But you know what? It's not a big deal. We're getting a little too far in the details right here. Let's move right along. Excellent. Hey, Dragon's here. Hello, hello. Aloha says, you can complain about Mia very openly. That's me. I'm Mia. Very open to feedback. However, your kneecaps will be taken as payment. It's true, but I don't do it personally. I have minions for that. David says, okay, I will clear his throat. You're too nice to me. I want to be a better modeler. I need a drive sergeant if I'm to make it in this harsh world of pain. Drop and give me 150 toothbrushes and ZBrush. Oh, I see it now. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes, I do have a critique system for my students. Generally, I just default to a level 2, but essentially level 1 is like super intense. Like I will just tear apart your model. 2 is nice and balanced, and 3 is very gentle. I just give you like a nice nudge. All right, this is coming along splendidly. I'm going to change my paintbrush from dots to drag rectangle, and we're going to add some gradients here to create some more visual interest and to start working in some of these purplish hues. All right, we're gonna start adding some cross belts and cool stuff like that. There's a really quick way to do this. Use the curve strap snap brush without symmetry. Click and drag off the model and hold down Shift. You're gonna have to do it a couple times because ZBrush has very strong feelings about the curve brush and sometimes they're not positive. Anyway, once you have a strap, you can click Split Mask Points to make it its own subtool. I'm gonna put this lower on his waist here, make it a bit larger, duplicate, and then mirror because more is more. By adding all these different like belts and straps, that's how we're going to start getting more of this dark fantasy, almost like rogue-like look. All right. So right now, I forgot to be extra clear here. This is our crazy kit bashing stage. We just finished refining our primary shapes, which is like, you know, the big shapes. And now I'm gonna come through and try to improve them with secondary shapes, which what does that mean? It just means things that will make the initial trench coat and pants look more interesting, like belts, for example. Because by default, the belts aren't that interesting by themselves, and neither is the trench coat. But together, they provide a lot of visual interest. Adding a bit more fabric folds, making this material a bit messier. Thank you guys again so much for all the references in the Discord. You guys really helped me out today. And again, we're not too pressed about all these fine details and like, oh, this is clipping a little bit. I can come through here and take an hour to make all this look perfect, but we're still going to change a lot of it and redesign anyhow. So just keep that in mind. Paint says, I know you showed this already. Absolutely okay. How do you make the belt look good after you do the loop? What do you mean? Are you not just inspired by this beautiful belt? Just kidding. Obviously, it's very boring. So Paint has a great question here. How do we make this actually look interesting or good? Let me change the color so you can actually see the darn thing. Excellent. So first things first, it's a little lumpy, right? I could come through with a move brush and I could very tediously move it, or let's make ZBrush do it for us. If you click Polish by Features, it will destroy it into nothingness. We don't want this, obviously. So the first thing you need to do is bring up your Z Modeler brush. Click on Shift F to trigger the wireframe, and then hold spacebar over an edge. You want crease and then poly loop or edge loop complete. It doesn't usually matter in this particular case. We'll do poly loop. And then when you click, just make sure, this is very confusing and very important. If you have poly loop selected and you want to crease this edge right here, don't. You have to click the one next to it. It works perpendicular. See that little dotted line? It's there, now it's not. It's so hard to see. Anyway, you don't click on the loop you actually want, you click on the ones perpendicular to it. I promise you'll get more intuitive as you do it. Now that those edges are creased, you can do Polish by Features, and there you go. It will maintain that edge. Because this is for 3D printing, I will also do the same thing to the inside, because I want to keep that thickness. Now Polish by Features, and you'll see that it starts to get a bit of a nicer and smoother shape here by default, even as I start detailing it. Next, we're going to extrude some details and some bevels. We're going to click here to insert, put in a single edge loop at the top and the bottom, and then change your format one more time to extrude poly loop. And you can click and drag. There you go. You got some edges on this now. Keep in mind that when you go to extrude a poly loop, there's a gold line that will show you what direction the extrusion is going to happen. So it's up and down, so it goes up and down. Now the gold line is horizontal. Now it goes side to side. If you're looking at this, you're like, wow, the Z Modeler brush is a monster. I promise it gets easier to use it, but you're right, it is quite difficult in the beginning. Sater says, question. What is your question? I'm doing the belt thing. All right. This already looks much more interesting than just this blank piece here, but we're still not totally done. As we don't have like any hardware, right? Click on B for your brush palette and then I, and you will see one of these that has belt buckles already here. You got two you can pick from, or you can make your own. Just kind of throw on some belt buckles. I recommend inflating them a touch. Just they really stand off the model. And there you go. That already looks much more interesting than what we had. Paint says, can you timestamp this? No, but it's 1 hour 50. I don't know how to do like a specific timestamp. Sater says, what do we do if we do not want to keep thickness, but don't like working out? Asking for a friend. You had me for a second there. All right, now that I have this belt here, I'm actually going to merge it down and duplicate it a bunch of times to save me some effort. So thank you, Paint. That was a great question, and it saved me some time now. All right, now I'll do Command-Shift-D, so I have 2 belts, and I can start pivoting and moving them around to get more of an effect in the layering that I want. Again, the belt itself is separate from the buckle, so I can delete and move that around as needed. Like for example, like right here, I might not want all of these belt buckles because it's going to make it a bit noisy. All right, there's one. Let's see if I can duplicate one more time to kind of get this spidery layer effect, because when I think of dark elves, I always just think of like spiders and spooky stuff. All right, that already looks a lot more interesting. Let's add some more resolution to these pants. Not crazy about how they lost volume when I subdivided, which is fine. So I'll just do one subdivision and then start building up these forms more intentionally. Now that I'm starting to play with Marvelous Designer, I'm like, I could fix that in Marvelous. Like, I'm so excited to play with that software more, but not yet. I got another big project I need to get done first. Even if you're just gonna take a damn standard line and just like throw a seam down the side, like quick and dirty, always do that. It's so much better to have some construction on your garments than nothing at all. Like there's nothing awe-inspiring about this. I'm just like, literally just grabbing the damn sander brush and kind of throwing on these loops. It always looks better to do this than not at all. And then I'll add additional lines and stitching just to kind of add some visual interest. Torben says, can all your live streams be seen in full later on your YouTube channel? Sure can. It sure can. Specifically, I can show you where that's at. Especially if you're not as familiar with YouTube. Because it's kind of hidden if you don't know where to look. So if you go to my channel here, there's videos. It's not going to show up here because it's not a video. But if you click on live, you'll see every single stream I've ever done. There are thousands of hours here at this point. And by thousands, probably just a singular thousands. We'll go with hundreds. There are definitely hundreds of hours here. It takes me a bit to update the thumbnail of what I worked on. I'm a little behind as of right now for the last week. But for the most part, you can actually get a snapshot of what I worked on. For example, like this cherry blossom dragon here, I did that completely from scratch. For very complex models I worked on, you will see them feature throughout multiple streams. That's just because I stream to just show you what I'm working on. This isn't like a classroom setting. There we go. More fabric folds, because more is more. I'm going to add in a bit of weathering here. I wonder if I can use soft concrete for this. I plan to use this only for animals and monsters, but now I want to use soft concrete for everything. Okay, no. We are going to use this for the alpha brush here, some weathering. I'm going to change my Z intensity. And I'm using an alpha with this brush to get this texture on here. Do these have any thickness or are they completely hollow? They are completely hollow. Let's go ahead and fix that. Really easy, close holes. Beautiful. And then subdivide. This is what I'm talking about with details. Detail work can be almost streamlined, but all of like the heavy lifting comes in from your primary forms and making sure those look good. So right now you're gonna see this model look dramatically different in just 5 minutes or so. Alrighty, gonna add some thickness to the shirt so I can actually sculpt on it. I mean, you can sculpt on it with single plane, but sometimes it makes it a little more difficult to add volume after the fact. I don't know if I like these other lines that it created. No, I don't. But that's easy. I can go ahead and just insert an edge loop here instead and use that to extrude some shapes. Perfect. I do think I'd like some vertical lines to kind of accentuate a more spidery frame. Just adding some interest. Cool. Let's go with a more purpley color. He needs something around his neck. Torben says, I want to see a miniature from start to finish. I have a bunch of those. Specifically earlier in my channel, you'll even see like if there's a picture of 4 timestamps, I did that all the time. Yeah, I teach the game, I stream for love of the game. Yeah. If you want to see stuff from a sphere, I do that all the time too. Those are for creatures. Hey, Iris Sculpts is here. I saw you subscribed earlier. Thank you. Hello, this is looking awesome. First time viewer / chat. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm a pretty open book. We started from this body here and then kit bashed. Again, all assets I've already made before. And now we're here. I'm pretty happy with it. All right, I want more of this like purpley color. Again, it's like a Western dark elf. What a fun request. Again, everything I make here is because someone on my Patreon asked me to make it. It keeps my job really fun and fresh. All right, let's go ahead and get some fabric folds here. I imagine this is gonna be kind of tight to his body and a bit more of like these little compression folds. I'm just using the ZBrush to achieve this. Though I am learning more and more about Marvelous Designer, so I'll have tutorials for that somewhat soon once I feel comfortable doing that consistently. Ira says, my buddy Shane told me about your... No kidding! Oh, that's awesome! Yeah, I was a little like celebrity struck. I remember watching Shane stream when I was just learning ZBrush, so it was really cool to have like a full circle moment. That was very nice of him. Sayer says the vertical lines make it look like a breastplate. It kind of does. I like it for this especially because, again, it's that most of the Dark Elf references I found from Warhammer were very sharp and heavily armored. Not heavily armored, but very sharp. So if it looks a little metallic and angular, I like that. All right, I need to move these lapels in. Might change this initial shape here a bit more. So to make this look distinct from that female elf gunslinger that we made, it's going to be really important to have different flowing lines. Usually the lapels are bigger and the forearms are more like a tapered rectangle than like waist cinching. Again, that's fine. We can do that. But I'm going to try to make these look as distinct as possible, especially because I created them so close back to back. Ira Sculpt says nice. Yeah, it was really cool. All right, I'm gonna add some thickness to these lapels so that they actually exist. I'm gonna just separate these in different pieces because they need to be treated differently. Let's go ahead and split that off. Dynamic. That's good. We are making stuff really exaggerated here because it's all designed for 3D printing. I've been doing this for 6 years full time, so designing for 3D printing is kind of like second nature. I had a student recently ask, it was actually David, asking like, how do you know if it's thick enough for 3D printing? And the best answer is just by practice, obviously, but that's not a very actionable or sexy answer. So my real answer is arms and legs can be fragile enough when you're dealing with a mini, okay? So when in doubt, I said split a shin. I said take the leg and split that in half. Never go any thinner than that. That could be a general good rule of thumb. And again, you can always print these models larger if you want to, but if you're printing them for tabletop use, I don't think your DM would appreciate you being like gargantuan sized. I guess it depends on the DM. Maybe you guys have a different mat size. But at some point you would need such a big table, it's just not reasonable anymore. All right, I lost a little bit of what this shape was going to be because I was kind of just playing with something different, going from like this rounder shape. I decided I didn't like it. So we're going back to this again. And then I'll use dynamic and just add a little bit of thickness. This is going to be about as thin as it goes. Like you're like, Mia, that's definitely not half the thickness of a shin. It's a guideline, not a rule. That's more so for when you're dealing with like weapons. Also, I always go through after the fact and make sure something is a very fragile or thin element. And make sure it's touching something else or has support in some way, or it's easy to put pre-supports on it. There we go. A little bit of a sharper shape here. And I can add some fabric folds on these lapels. These don't generally have fabric folds on them. This is more of a stylistic approach. I just like more is more. It's going to make him look a little more weathered, which is exactly what we're going for. There we go. All right, looking pretty cool. We don't have any of those like sharp filigree elements that really make it look like that Warhammer dark fantasy, but they're coming. Or yeah, split a shin or bisect a bicep. I like it. That's beautiful. Torvin says, I've completed the upload of a pet picture, so now I think I'm done with your Discord steps. Beautiful. They're not hard rules, but I kind of love that you did take them as like hard rules, and good, you're officially a member. Welcome to the tavern. If you're lurking and you also want to be in the Discord, you can totally join. Like, just ask for an invite or go to the description. I do have one in there as of right now. But it expires regularly, so if it's not active anymore, just ask the mods for a new one, and they will show you the way. All right, the topology at the bottom of this got a little bit stretched out, and I don't want to sculpt on that because it's not going to handle resolution well. So I'm going to do a ZBrush and same operation really quick, which will keep the poly count roughly the same, but a much more even distribution of polys. See this before, see after. Everything is also a little bit lumpy, like this. See how there's like volume right here? I don't really want that. So what I'm gonna do is click on crease, and that will grab the border and put a hard crease on it. So when I click polish by features, it shouldn't just annihilate the edge, and it didn't. But you can see that some of these volumes are starting to sink back in, which is great. Again, it doesn't have to be perfectly clean. I just like for it to be a little easier to work with. Just keep in mind that when you do use ZBrush, it destroys your poly paint. So if you don't want that, save a copy first so you can project back later. There we go. Now let's add some thickness to this as well. I always do a negative offset of 100 because I want to preserve the silhouette that I just created. And if you're like, wow, that's such an absurdly thick coat, how could you possibly make that look good? I have tricks. I've been doing this for a long time. One of my best tricks is to either delete an edge loop on the inside here, which will kind of create a natural bevel, or just literally come in and bevel it. We'll go with bevel, edge loop complete. There you go. That's going to soften it up quite a bit, and then I will further distract attention from it by inserting a poly loop on the edge. I'll need to do both sides. There you go. that'll start to make it look a little bit nicer. And then once it's posed, especially, I can kind of like turn it so you don't see this flat edge. And it's also okay to pinch the edges here smooth. And if you're like, well, what's the point of extruding it so thick then? That's because the rest of it still has all of that volume. If you print something too thin or 3D print it too thin, it will just be a hole. So that's what we're trying to avoid. Iris Sculpt says, don't mind if I do. Yes, welcome in, welcome in. Based on your username and the fact that Shane recommended you, I'm assuming that you're also an excellent artist, and I'm very excited to see. I'm definitely going to stalk you after my stream. In the meantime, though, you were so welcome to like plug your stuff. I have a self-promo channel if you sell stuff, but if you're just like sharing your art, I would love if you went to share your art and posted some stuff. We are very art friendly around here, so yes. All right, let me go ahead and do the same thing around. Ooh, we got some really gnarly, ugly topology right here that I didn't notice, which is fine because again, this is not going to be rigged. My God, this would be a nightmare to rig. Boop. It's just to be 3D printed. But the reason why I still care about topology and the flow of it is because, well, it allows me to create a lot more efficiently. All right, I can start creating some of these really fun, sharp shapes here. Yes. Because as of now, I feel like the dark elf elements are a little subtle. I need to spook him up. He is not spooky enough. I do like that we have some of those Van Helsing vibes here, but I need to remind myself that's not actually the point of this model. He's a dark elf. My dog is running around at my feet like, you said you would take care of me like an hour ago. I know, honey. 1 second. Or I could text Ricky and he could come get you. My dog's a bit of a princess. How is this edge look? I did not double check the topology right here, so it's fighting me a little bit. So I guess I will manually paint it like a peasant. That's fine. Sometimes when you try to do stuff quote unquote automatic and then you spend more time trying to make the automatic thing work than just taking 2 seconds to poly paint where you want it to go. Don't do that. There we go. That's all I wanted. I just wanted some lines. All right, extrude, poly loop. And I'd like some vertical lines right here. Perfect. To kind of connect the shoulder blades, and I can push these around to really kind of guide the eye to make an interesting shape here. It's kind of an unnecessary scene to put on the back of the sleeve, but I just think it adds some visual interest, so we're gonna go with it. All right, crease and subdivide a few times. Excellent. I have a really quick and dirty way that I add pipe folds, which is just by using the standard brush. It is somewhat high intensity. And then you strike a shape, subtract, strike, subtract. Again, it's very quick and dirty, but it does a really good job, honestly, especially in the short run. I'm making them probably a little too uniform, but once I have this posed and stuff, I'm gonna break up a lot of those forms. And because they were so quick to create, I don't feel particularly attached to them, so I have no problem with getting rid of them and replacing them. Whenever you're approaching the center line of your model, which is just the center, don't have symmetry turned on because your fabric fold will look like this and nobody likes that. Make sure you turn off symmetry and then kind of just do some asymmetrical swoops. There we go. And like always, none of this is hard set rules. If you want a perfectly symmetrical gown or coat, do whatever you want. Let's add a little bit of weathering by using Alpha 60. I said a little bit, not a lot. These are like those tertiary forms that really start to break this up. There we go. He's looking pretty cool. Torben says, the colors, is that just for it to be easier to see the details or how it looks? You're right, because with 3D printing, you can't 3D print in color. Though, I mean, you kind of can, like on our FDM printer or Bamboo Labs, we do print in color sometimes, but even then there's no gradients. I just do it because I like it. It brings me joy. I know it's more visually interesting for the stream, but I also do this when I don't stream now at this point, so it's for me. And then Max says to... Oh, Max, never mind. I am slow, but I do get to questions eventually. Max, you're sweet. Alrighty. Ooh, Seder already stocked IR sculpts for me. Very good. Now I can do it now. Yeah, you guys are fantastic. Oh, that's what I thought. Oh, it makes me really shy that you're here. That's okay. Nope, I'm learning. That's fine. We're gonna do a little showcase here, just for a moment. We did it with Shane as well. Yep, you're also fantastic. And this is what I'm talking about, of like not hiding behind tertiary forms. It's not that his work isn't detailed. It's that even if you were to like, oh, this is so much fun. Even if you were to completely, oh, it brings up a video. Boo, I wanna look at it big. But anyway, if you were to smooth out all the tertiary forms here, it's already so interesting because the primary and secondary forms are strong, okay? I'm harping to my students here on this a lot. Because you know how it is, like the tertiary details get all of the credit. Everyone's like, oh, like it's the tiny fabric folds and like the facial pores. And like those are really fun and push it to the next level. But like this especially, what a goofy little dude. Pectorals on a rabbit. I love it. I love it. Oh, that's so strong and so cool. Yeah. Yep. Everyone loves a good SpongeBob moment. You have a lot of different stuff in here. Sick. Is that a video? No. Yes, there's a big. Oh, that's awesome. I love when artists take stuff that, you know, we've all seen and then to put their own spin on it. Oh, it's beautiful. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Very, very cool. Again, makes me a little shy. I'm new. I'm like, again, I do it full time, but I'm still aggressively trying to learn and improve. Iris says, thanks. That's a Blink 182 bunny. Worked on that back in 2023. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, some goats in the stream today. I'm like, be cool, be cool, be cool. Excuse me. Alrighty. What is next? He doesn't have any, like, wow, interest piece. I'm happy with how quickly we've got him together in this last hour and a half or so. But he's not wowing me. He's just fine. I'm going to add a little bit of resolution to his hat, but make sure that it doesn't just subdivide into nothing. What we're going to do first is add just extrude a couple really simple lines to keep that separated. And then same with the brim of the hat. All right, I do have an asset library for like miscellaneous pieces and whatnot. I'm gonna grab this and see if I can experiment with the silhouette here and make some things a little more interesting. These are just like various bits and bobs, pouches, no belts because I find it easier just to sculpt onto the character himself. He's a dark elf. I want something sharp. I don't have any asymmetric details other than secondary belts. And this is like, again, when you do your primary forms, you like think a lot, right? And then your secondary forms, I find they flow a little easier, but when you start to build on them again, then it's time to like really evaluate and reassess one more time. All right, I've got a bunch of little bits and bobs in here too to kind of play with. This shape is kind of what I'm looking for, that like angled arch piece. Are these all fused together though? They're just kind of lumpy. Let's go with this one here so I can start experimenting with these shapes. Like I put these little metal things on a shoulder to kind of remind myself to replace it later. Now it's time to start making this cool. It's going to be tricky because we already have kind of a lot of elements at the top of the hat here between like at the top of the character between the hat and the lapels. So just trying to further compete for attention probably isn't the way to go, actually. Huh. I know it sounds like I'm asking questions. I'm not. I'm just like trying to like talk through my stream of consciousness thoughts almost. So you guys can kind of see what that creative process looks like. Because we do have mini baby artists in the chat as well. All right, I'm gonna take this shape right here and actually kind of just like wedge it to his sleeve, interestingly enough, which is not my initial intent with this. Just gonna layer these up. I feel like that'd be very uncomfortable. But we're not here to design for comfort. We're here to design for edgelordness. And I mentioned earlier, I feel like I kind of nailed that when I said that there's already a lot of visual interest in like the silhouette happening with a hat. So instead of adding more to clutter it, usually that just means pushing these shapes further, especially because he's kind of getting that Van Helsing vampire look. So let's kind of push these lapels more. And then I can add maybe some like spider web like filigree and whatnot. I feel like his shirt needs belts. I might make a duplicate of this. Or you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna take these belts, merge them all into one piece, and then I'm gonna just copy and paste them around the model, kind of like a 3D sketch almost. All right, we're gonna split mask points. And I'm a huge fan of mirror and weld when I'm just trying to figure out new shapes. Like, that's cool. The belt buckles don't make any sense, but we can make them make sense. I can always recreate this with intention. Ooh, maybe those shoulders. Yeah, I like that too, because that's not asking for as much attention, but it's still bringing some of that shape language into play. Okay. I like it. I'm thinking about it. For now, also trying to get some sort of shape on this chest. That'll make sense. Because that feels almost kind of spiderweb-esque, you know? Let me see what you guys are saying. David said, I'd ask if we could switch mentors, but I don't want to make Mia cry. Oh my God, no, have many. Never ever just learn from one person. Diversify. Sater says, cool thing about having teachers is you don't have to have just one. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not the center of your world. No, seriously. Learn from as many people as you can afford. Time-wise and money-wise. David says, Sater, you're messing up my cruel joke. Oh, I mean, yeah, no, sorry. You've hurt my feelings. I will never emotionally recover. Good. Seamark says, no sane person thinks not allowed. Thank you, those who feel better. Sater says, Mia, the less comfortable their garb, the more dark elves like it. It's legit part of their lore. Kinky. Okay, good to know. David says, I may have bought 3 books recently just because Mia started talking about contrapposta or whatever Italian word she threw out. Contrapposto. Contrapposto is when you can create a more appealing line of action by making sure your hips and your shoulders are not moving parallel to each other. So you'll either like, I'm standing up straight, you can't see my hips, but they're right under me. And like this is more relaxed and more dramatic and like interesting line than just being like completely stiff shoulder. Okay. IR Sculpt says, exactly. I absolutely had many teachers and still am willing to learn from new artists. Learning is a life journey. Beautiful. Yes. I also tend to say contrapposta because it's about as more of an Italian of a word as you can get. All right. The interesting is happening. It is happening. I don't like these fabric folds. I mean, okay, that's silly. These fabric folds are fine, I think I can make them more interesting. I'm going to lower my subdiv because that's where all great things happen. And I'm going to dig out some of these forms. And then I'm going to just look at it for a second and be like, what's actually happening? We got like a little bit like a Y shape happening here. Yeah. And I can use my standard brush to really pull up some of these folds later on. I read something last year that was pretty much like your brain doesn't operate in like no's. So like if you just look at this and say like I don't like it, like it's not like productive. Like you have to there's nothing actionable about not liking something or absence of like. You have to be like, okay, I like these folds, but I want them to be more clear, as opposed to I don't like them, which has been difficult for me to nail down, but it has been helpful the better I get. You have to know what you want to work towards it. That makes sense? You can't work towards don't want. You have to work towards want. There you go. And then sometimes I have a hard time with getting the folds actually overlapping or not, which is why I'm starting to use Marvelous Designer to just make that faster and simulate it. But you can always just use the pinch brush to kind of smush them around later, or even move topological to grab individual folds. Just make sure you're not mumbling when you sculpt. It's so easy to, if you're unsure, it really shows in your work as well. I speak from experience. If you don't have a clear vision of what you even want in your head, it's sure as hell not going to magically manifest in front of you. Or maybe it will. Maybe you're one of those people that can just like go straight off of vibes. I have to like know intentionally what I'm trying to sculpt. I've definitely watched vibe artists before. It's inspiring and infuriating at the same time. I'm like, wow, I love that for you. I have to be really intentional about whatever I'm doing, but that's cool. All right, this is looking really cool. And we're kind of towards the end of our Tavern Keeper's craft. I haven't really prepped this to pose in Character Creator 4 just yet, but that's not going to take too long, especially because I actually constructed this pretty easily. And by easily, I mean no mesh is extremely overworked. So Character Creator 4 will not puke it out. If you give it a mess, it won't even try. It'll be like, do I look like a joke to you? I'm still newer to using Character Creator 4 and figuring out what it likes and doesn't like. There we go. I want visual interest on his hat. What do I put on his hat? All right. Yeah, don't mumble when you sculpt, guys. Sater says, Mia, I was just telling some clients about this weekend. Our brains are wired for survival and such. They're wired to focus on the negative because things that threaten us are negative. Exactly. I think like, what is it? It's like a 7-to-1 ratio. Like we need like 7 good things to offset 1 negative memory. Like yeah. Brains, they're good at keeping us alive, and that's about it, full stop. It takes a lot of work and practice to train that into something that can be actionable. Recognize the negative thought and examine why you're having it, what it can do for you, and how you can do it. I love it. I love it. Yep. That was really concise version of what I paragraph babbled, so thank you. I'm going to try to make the bottom of these pants also look like a triangle, because triangles, I just feel like this whole guy needs to be a triangle. Can I just do this like all the way down? Or is this looking... Oh god, that reminds me of the character from Baldur's Gate. When you're in like the goblin camp and there's that drow. Yeah, if you did the scene, you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, it looks like the armor he's wearing, or lack of armor, better said. Minthara kind of has a breastplate that looks kind of like that. All right, what can I do to make your hat spicy? I might need to just break up the silhouette by tearing it up a bit. But I feel like I just want to put like a skull on his head. It'd be like, bam, interest. What did dark elves want on their head? Thinking. I feel like I could do something potentially with these little teeth that I've bound together with some rope. Almost like instead of having like a feather in his hat, he has like teeth sticking out of his hat. So this is the female elf gunslinger that I worked on. She's mostly done. So I'm just making sure that this is a classic Western and we need to deviate from that to where it is looking more, okay, I'm doing a good job, cool. More dark elf. Let's add some teeth. I'm glad Alo is putting more love in the chat for IR Sculpts. If you guys missed their Instagram link, just type in IR Sculpts, you'll find it. I believe their name is, oh, IR, Ian Robinson. Clicked. Anyway, they're 100% worth admiring. All right, these are cool, but if they're not gonna be large enough to be perceptible, it's not gonna work. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna split this brim off one more time because the bottom of this hat is tapering outwards and it really should be more like vertical up and down. So we're gonna taper it on the bottom. Yes, both sides. Yeah, it's just fitting his head kind of weird. Why are hats so sensitive? Okay. It's better. I can turn off perspective to really make sure I'm getting that shape. That's a bit better. It's subtle, but it really matters. All right, how big can I make these? So it's really common. You'll see this a lot with 2D artists. When they're designing something, like they'll add something until like it, or change something in design until it breaks and then roll it back a little bit. So you don't want to like put this on here and be like, oh, it's too small. What about that? What about that? What about that? How about you make it way too big and then see at what point does it unbreak itself? Thank you, Satyr. That is extremely helpful. I like that idea a lot. And I have a smarter way to construct that. I have a toothbrush that I can just, okay, we're gonna make that. I got a toothbrush. That's gonna be perfect for this. It's IMM Teeth. Is that exactly what it's called? I saw it there for a second. There it is. Perfect. And then if I want to, I can actually add a little bit of rope around the edge of this using a curve brush, but that might be too bulky, so we'll see. Torben asks, so are you like halfway through this stream now? Maybe, yeah, I'm 2.5 hours in. Yeah, so right now we're at the end of Tavern Keeper's Craft. I'll take a small break for like 15, 20 minutes. When I come back, it's happy hour. During happy hour, I review all of my student work and work on really whatever is extra. And at the end is last call where I kind of wrap things up. Again, I stream anywhere between 2 to 5 hours. I know it's a big range, but yes. David says, I think he was just a pale human, not a drow. And yeah, I unfortunately know that scene. Was he just a human? Oh my god. But he's like so obsessed with Lulth, I just assumed he was a drow. Really? Okay. Oh, sweet. Our model release just came out. Let's take a brief detour to show you guys that. So again, if you're new here, hey, welcome. The whole point of what I do is it's all 3D printable characters, and then I release them on Patreon. They go into the vault, which means if you're a patron, you just get access to all my stuff all the time. And there's over 1,000 models in there currently between characters, monsters, and scatter terrain. So yeah, we've worked on some really cool stuff last week. This is all of it 3D printed. All right, so again, these are all 3D prints and they are all this big. 25mm base. Boop. That is that base. So that's how big all these characters are. All right, cool. So let's check these out a little closer. So this is the Astral Genie. We have 2 poses for her. She turned out really beautiful. And there she is 3D printed. I'm really happy with how her abs came out. Like, really happy with this character. There she is. Awesome. Again, they're so itty bitty tiny, but the detail is just incredible. And this guy was so difficult to work on. So he has a 3-faced helm that kind of forms together. We worked on these last week. And there he is. I was also curious about this because he is floating, but the cape gave him a lot of stability. Perfect. And then last but not least is this rock wall. This is actually printed in FDM. So this is, again, a filament printer. So this is plastic, not resin. You can do it with a resin printer. It's supportless too. So you just click and print, and there you go. Again, there's that full release. If you're interested, that's linked in the description, or my mod will bring it up. One of my many wonderful mods. But yeah, I'm really proud of those models. I can definitely tell I'm getting better, and that always feels good. Thank you, honey, for getting those posed and released. Amazing. Iris, that's so cool. Thank you, thank you. I really, really love what I do. And like the cool thing is like everything you like saw there, like the 3-faced helm and the astral genie, I designed them, but they're prompted from Patreon requests. So I just had a guy that was like described the Emperor. He did have a little sketch of the helmet, but I ended up going a bit in a different direction. Mine looks a little more like almost handsome Squidward, but anyway. It's a really cool job because it's for tabletop minis. I don't ever know like what the request is going to come up. As long as it's not IP specific, like Sculpt Darth Vader, like I'm not going to do that because it's been done before. But like the Astral Genie, like she mentioned, she wanted her to look like she could bend space and time to her will. And I think I did a good job accomplishing that. So it's been a lot of fun. He was a priest of Loviatar, not Lolth. I feel like everyone in there loved Lolth. I try to support you, you're nerddom, but you keep outing yourself. Listen, I play a lot of games, and he was a side character of a side character. Alrighty. There he is. Again, this shape though, it reminds me more of, maybe it's what Minthara was wearing. Anyway, you can't tell me there aren't similar vibes here. And yeah, he is just a pale man. That is not a drow. I remembered you as more interesting, but that's okay. All right, we were adding teeth to this hat. Also, I don't need to be supported in my nerddom, thank you. If my recollection is terrible, that is just for me. You guys knew what I was referencing, so successful, thank you. Alrighty, we're gonna grab these teeth and stick them to the hat. When you click and drag by default, the orientation is wrong. So I'm gonna try to find a faster way to do this. Let's position just one of these teeth, split mouse points. And if I go from the top view, I believe I can do this a little more efficiently. Yeah, this layering. That's kind of what it reminded me of. Yeah, that was it. I never actually had Minthara as a companion because I played when the game came out and it was you really couldn't have her in your party without losing other people, and I didn't want that. Torben asks, Mia, what games do you play? Currently, I'm playing Expedition 33, which has been incredible. I'm really early in the game, so do not even talk about it. If you spoil that game for me, I will yeet you out of here so hard. Anyway, love Expedition 33 so far. But I like just a lot of role-playing games in general. Dragon Age has always been near and dear to my heart, that entire series, so therefore, of course, Mass Effect. Red Dead Redemption was a huge standout. I didn't get as into Fallout, but I did play it. I usually don't like sci-fi as much. I much prefer like high fantasy. Huge fan of Okami. I know, what is it? Okami, whatever. Okami was one of like those standout games that totally shaped like my whole brain as an artist. Absolutely incredible. I cannot believe they're making a second one. Oh, I'm so excited. So yeah. I also like more like strategic world builder kind of games too. So like I grew up playing Civilization a lot because my dad played, but now I play more like Age of Wonders instead. This is true, Satyr. That's probably why I thought he worshipped Lolth, because again, spidery. All right, we are positioning these teeth. I'm going from the top view because I don't have to micromanage the shapes as much that way. I'm getting them roughly correct because if they're slightly wrong, all I have to do is use the Move Topological brush to scoot them into place. Excellent. Let's go ahead and shorten these up, make them a bit smaller, and then mirror and weld to make sure they're actually in the right position. Can I taper this to make it fit better? Yes. All right, and now I'm gonna use Move Topological to make them asymmetrical, because the odds of having the exact same tooth over and over again are low. I feel like he needs more teeth in the front. That's better. One more tooth. We'll do like a center tooth. This is one of the best parts about using Move Topological is that you can kind of like, if you're dealing with organic pieces, you can kind of like just use it to smush things into place and add a little bit of a randomness, like organic touch to your models without having to individually mask every single piece. And you can keep them all nice and tidy in the same subtool. I was one of those people that was so excited for ZBrush to release folders, and then I just ended up hating them and never using them. So instead, I like the polygroup functionality a lot, and everything is just crammed into a subtool. Can I add, I want to add like a pattern to the top of his hat. I want it to be really subtle too. Like I'm not looking to add like actual straps to his hat, just like a little bit of texture. That might be too subtle. There we go. It's a little on the chunky side. I can kind of smooth it out a touch. And I don't like how blocky it is on the edge of it. Oh, it's because I have crease turned on. Oh, boo. Let me uncrease this. Or better yet, let's just come with a little bit more intention. There we go. Perfect. Now we'll do extrude, Q-mesh, polygroup island, and it should grab just these white spots. There we go. That's all I wanted. Perfect. And then we'll have a similar pattern on this as well. Okay, the teeth, excellent. I have to make them a little exaggerated to make sure they're gonna stand out nicely when 3D printed. But I just love that touch so much. Whenever I add something like a secondary form I really like, I usually just duplicate it and then start moving it around to see if I can put it anywhere else. This is just a bunch of teeth, so I don't think I'm able to put it anywhere else, but I might. I have a couple spots I think it might look well, which is around these belts. If I take the piece and flip it 180 degrees, might be able to line one of these belts. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna leave that there and see if I like it later. I'm gonna duplicate this one more time and then see if I can kind of add it to these, the edges of the sleeves. I don't want to make it look like it's puffy or fur or anything like that. So I'm doing this very tentatively. I also need to remove quite a few of these teeth to make sure it doesn't look quite so puffy. Something more like that. I don't hate it. So I'll leave it there for a little bit and I'll see what I think about it. A lot of like how I design is like yes and. If I have any idea, no matter like how harebrained I think it is, as long as I can try it out quickly, I'll throw it on the model and just see what I think. That's like the whole philosophy of like behind why I do that kit bashing in the beginning. All right, and last but not least, I do think that his boots look quite boring. So if I can add some sort of visual interest to these, that would be great. Again, these are a little on the dense side, so I'm gonna just kind of delete a couple to break this up, and then just inflate the entire mesh. That's kind of cool. Depending how I style these on his boots, they would kind of look like spurs almost, which is really fun and plays into that Western theme. Torben asks, what will you do for the arms pose and what kind of weapons in the hands? I'm probably going to give him like dual wielding pistols, but based on the way he looks, I think giving him like a dagger on his hip would be really cool as well, especially if it was like heavily serrated. As far as the pose goes, we're going to go to like some classic sharpshooter poses, similar to what we did for the this Gunslinger. We might even just take this pose straight up and replicate it on him again. Great question. Do you have anything you'd want to see? I'm always open to ideas and just getting that creative flow going. I don't think I need any other pieces from this. The chains are kind of cool though. If I could work this into the model somehow, I will. But I don't want it to look like just like a tacked on tabard. What if I had the chains on his back here? Oh, like that's cool. That'd be so cool. Okay, yeah, we're doing that. Seder mentioned, the more uncomfortable, the more canon. Okay, these shoulder pads completely fought each other and nothing won. So we're gonna remove those around. Not like that. All right, let me quickly move these around using new topological. Just gonna scoot everything into place. Again, I don't mind some clipping, but I have my limits. That is too much. All right, I think this is really cool, but a bit too big. I want it to be tighter up like that. And then next I'm going to delete some of these individual links. And then more intentionally loop these together. These are the kind of like more tedious adjustments that are really worth it. I feel like these would just flap around and be really annoying as he walked, but it's very edgy, which I love. Alrighty. We're just at the end of our Tavern Keeper's Craft, which means I'll be going on break shortly. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. This has been great. Again, when I come back, I'll be reviewing different student work. So if you're watching and you're a student, make sure you DM me with what you want me to look at, and I'll give it a review. That adds a lot of visual interest to his back. That's really cool. It's hard to believe that we were there. Again, I told you, trust the process. Sater says, Mia, well, I was going to tell you to put them on his back, but you just did the thing. The mind meld isn't nearly complete. I don't know who I'm more worried for. Took the words right out of my mouth. David said, oh, hey, this could be wait for happy hour, but you mentioned the arms and model were stiff. But since you're talking poses with this, guys, what do you do that makes the arms less boring? So that would be cool. Dual weapons on the back, maybe? Pfft, that'd be really cool. I want to give him like sickles, you know what I mean? Like little scythes instead of like a sharpshooter at all. Oh, that'd be really cool. I love that pose. I'm going to at my husband because he's the one who rigs these and does them in Character Creator. Because that's epic. But yes, David, about making it less stiff and whatnot. You are working on such a hard character because it is like on a pull and upside down. So I will wait to really give you a lot of tips on posing arms until you are not posing an upside down character. But in the short run, just don't make them perfectly symmetrical. Right now, both of the arms that you have right now are perfectly symmetrical in your character. That's definitely working against you. I know on this one, they're also symmetrical, but it makes such a cool silhouette. It's different. Also, during our art review today, I'm going to be able to showcase Aloa's latest work, which is also a Gunslinger. I'm very, very excited to show it off to you guys. And even I haven't seen the finished final renders. I have seen the earlier work in progress, so I'm really excited for this. I'm going to take this moment to simplify the color scheme just a touch. Let's make that a darker color. Nope. Darker color, thank you. He looks pretty damn cool. I think we nailed it. Let's do a bit of a review of what this character was supposed to be, and let me know how you guys think I did before I have a stroke. Okay, this was the request from Thanik. Again, thank you so much, Thanik, for supporting my Patreon for so long. Your requests are always a challenge in a delightful way. Thanik says, an odd request, and boy was it. Would it be possible to get American hero John Brown as a Warhammer Dark Elf? Dark elves occupy the fantasy North America and are slavers, so an abolitionist dark elf is an idea I love. If you're not familiar, John Brown looks like this. Old dude. I just made him a little elfier. I might work more on the face. It depends on how low we put this hat. And if you're not familiar with Warhammer and dark elves, they look kind of like this. Spiky. But again, we want more of that old Western look too to fit the time period. I ended up making it more of like a gunslinger look, but we'll see what weapons I end up going for. I think we crushed it, personally. Oh yeah, my husband says, ooh, to the pose idea. So great pose ref, potentially. This is really cool and fits like the strength of that character. Awesome. David said, of course, my mom called, so I heard none of that. I'll rewind. That's just how it be sometime. Let's see how the best preview render does. I don't think I edited these settings yet, so they're probably going to be too dark. These tend to be really dark. That's actually pretty nice. That's pretty edgy. I like it. But yeah. I think we crushed this. This is a very difficult request, and we ended up with something very unique and interesting. I do need to add weapons to him before I forget. I think blades are a really good idea. And of course, I have a weapons asset library. I've been doing this a long time. And yeah, I thought it would be cool to give him like less traditional weapons. Like, I think this is really cool. I think it's, yeah, Kopesh? Like, how cool would that be? And especially with that pose, but making sure they don't accidentally loop on themselves. So that's my thoughts for this character. Let's kind of zoom in here. I think this is a good point for a screenshot. I'm very proud of how much I got done here in just, oh, what was it? 2 hours? Creeping up on 3, but that also includes our warm-up where I just talk to you guys and blather for a bit. I like having it tilted down a touch more. I think it suits the character better. Lines are so sensitive and powerful. Cool. Alrighty. It is time to take a screenshot of our progress. Smile. Or not. You could just not smile there. I guess it wouldn't make a difference. Alrighty. Awesome. Torben says, no, 1 hour on this, maybe an hour and a half. Really? I don't think I'm that fast. But that'd be cool. I'll take it. I'm really just thrilled with how this turned out. This is going to 3D print beautifully. Taylor's here. Hello, patrons of the tavern. We are just about to go on break. I'm sorry. But I can review this request for you really quick because I think you'll get a kick out of it. It was a really tricky one. It was making the American hero John Brown. He fought against slavery, but remaking him as a Warhammer-inspired dark elf. So abolitionist dark elf. Yeah. We ended up going for kind of like a Van Helsing-like look. But I was definitely scrambling for a second there, and then paint came to my rescue, followed by, of course, my lovely mods. It's been a lively day, though. We've gotten a lot of new people, so it's been fun. Alrighty. It is time to go on break. It's currently 2:38 where I am, so I will be back by 3. That's Eastern time. So just at the start of the next hour, wherever you are, because the minute should be the same, I will be back. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And if you haven't already, this is super important to me right now. I've worked really hard on this, Ricky and I. Please follow our project. It's launching on Kickstarter soon. These are a bunch of pretty much the minis I'm most proud of, and we support them for FDM and resin. So no matter what 3D printing you have, we've got your back. So yeah, that is linked at the very, very top of the chat. But there it is right there anyway. It is free to follow. So we'd really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, I'll see you guys at the start of the next hour. Bye. Hello, and welcome to Happy Hour. If you're not familiar, Happy Hour is where I review all my student work in addition to answering questions. If you're not an active M3DM mentorship student, you can still ask questions. Just, if I miss you, just type my name again, which is Mia, but type M3DM, my channel name, and I'll be able to catch your question a lot easier. And if I keep missing it, just keep repeating yourself. I promise I want to answer your questions. All right, let's get started. All right, first up, we have Max. Awesome, I'm excited to see this. All right, let's go ahead and grab a timestamp for them. It's 3:15 hour mark, reviewed. All right, Max is working on their very, very first project. And again, this is really exciting because when you were learning fundamentals in ZBrush is one thing, like how to move around and brushes and stuff. But when you finally are let loose to make your first project, it's definitely like a make or break moment. It can be either exciting or really daunting. Usually it's a mixture of both. Max has been doing fantastic so far. They actually chose one of their own D&D characters, which is awesome. I love to see that. And here is some art that's inspired. I think the name is Uzlo, if I remember correctly. So here's some references for that. I believe this last one is one that they either had commissioned or drew themselves. I can't remember. Either way, I love it. This is the one they're following most closely. So we start from the beginning. I had them pick out a base mesh, and making one from scratch requires a lot of understanding of anatomy. And so instead we tweaked one that was already within ZBrush. They did a great job because it's human proportions to start. So they made it nice and short, proper dwarf. And now we're starting to work on these assets, which is just a very simple block out just to get rolling. In these early projects, it's so important just to get rolling through it instead of being bogged down in the details. It's not going to be perfect. It's your first project. So we're just starting to learn how to walk essentially before we could run. Alrighty. On this last one here, we are working on details. Or I think is it still block out or details? I think it's detail time. Yes, it is detail time. Max says, I worked on making the staff less mumbly. Didn't make any progress on the mushrooms quite yet. Sounds great. And sure enough, the staff looks so much better than last time. This is where we were, and I called his staff mumbly. And you're like, what do you mean to mumble? When I say mumbling in a sculpt, I mean you're not really committing to your forms. You're not describing what the texture is, which it needs to be, visually shown. So how would you describe wood, right? It's going to have a rougher texture. There's going to be those like scribbly rivulets in it almost, that kind of stuff. Hey, Rudy's here. Hey. Yippee, welcome in time for happy hour. Hello, fellow peasant. All right, so they went from this kind of texture, which again, a little hard to see, but you can see it's so subtle, right? Mumbling. Look at this. That doesn't mumble. That is fantastic. Oh, look at those textures in there. That's what I want to see. I'm very happy to see that you've started working on those wall mushrooms. Make sure they're not too samey. As of right now, I can really tell that you just made these two up here and then you duplicated them, which is great. I do the same thing, but I hide my tracks a little better by using the Move Topological brush to kind of squish them around. By the way, I'm so proud of you. Wow, what a huge improvement with the staff. Good. Keep on working, keep on cooking. That's my main advice for you. I'm really impressed that you made that big of a jump in your wood texture from this to this. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. Good work. Up next, we have Empress. Oh, I'm very excited. Empress has been working on this adorable tree stump. So let's get started. We are at the 3-hour, 18-minute mark. Perfect. Empress says, hello. There's none too much to report. However, I did take your suggestions and cut the roots in half in order to scooch him closer to the body. It looks much younger and cuter, like a real baby. It also seems to brighten up the expression. I don't know if that's the right word. I'm feeling happier with this. My next step is to work on the dang leaf. I can do so much better. Fingers crossed. After that, I should be able to move on to texture work. P.S. Taking tips on possibly playing with the expression to read even happier. Something like without the, yeah, of course. So turning his eyes up like arrows. Yep, I know what you're talking about. Let me show you. Oh, someone new is here. Shanzira Denrell. Oh, that's a beautiful name. Oh my gosh, Shanzira. Hey, new person, because YouTube's algorithm works, apparently. Yeah, no kidding. I can already tell. Vibes are vibing. Welcome in. We're reviewing some student work right now, but then we'll get back into sculpting and whatnot. Yeah, welcome in. Alrighty, Empress, this is adorable. Let's do a little review if you don't mind, because I want to brag about you. we're going to brag about Empress for a second. Empress's birthday was on May 2nd, I believe. Why does that matter? Because that's when they bought my mentorship program. I gave them a discount because obviously. Anyway, and so it's only been about a month and they've gone from not knowing how to use ZBrush at all, no brushes, no UI, no navigation, to creating their own original creature, which is this tree stump. We started off with this and we've been refining it since then to make the character design stronger, cuter, and more interesting. And currently we are here. The last step we had was here, and I mentioned that these roots are competing for too much attention. So I kind of let her know about that and she nailed it. Currently she's asking, how do I make it cuter? Specifically the eyes. Let me show you. Faces, as I've mentioned before, are very sensitive, but let me go to my own Taver Pet series. So we're working on this dark elf who is very not adorable. So let me bring up something that is adorable because I do work on chibis from time to time as a reward for donations. Here's some chibis I have. You're asking about this effect. So let me make my camera bigger for a second. Okay, so here's my face, relaxed. Here is like that deadpan smile, like the beauty queen smile. No one likes this. And so when your eyes don't match your smile, you don't look as friendly. So what you want, Empress, is like when I smile, especially my whole face scrunches. So like literally, it's hard to talk. Literally my eyes are like little upside down U's, okay? This versus this. So what you want to do is take your character, take those eyes and do a little squish with the move brush. It is still sensitive because faces are sensitive. And to be fair, this guy is kind of ridiculous looking. Let me go to my previous season of Taver Pet so you can see a bunch of examples all at once side by side. We did like almost 20 last season. I think it's this one. Yes. So I have different experiments with the eyes here. Like for example, the cat actually pushed them down to make them look a little angrier. But if I make him look deadpan, which can also be cute. There we go. That's what you're wanting. That's the sweetness that you're wanting. And it's really important to just be careful with it because you can make it look very disturbed as well. Faces are sensitive. I hope that answers your question and gets you off to the right track. If you're still confused, let me know. I'll reword it in a different way. Alrighty, up next is Grimnir. Oh, I'm really excited. Grimnir is one of my advanced students. I looked at their work and I was like, I'm gonna teach you. Okay. But sure enough, I've been able to break things down and teach them some new tricks, which makes me really happy. Currently, I prompted Grimnir to get some practice in to really just continue pushing shapes, and really it's more about design. So I have this sculpt with me with potions, and I told Grimnir from the get-go, this is too simple for you. I want you to do this assignment and then design your own. Something interesting. So Grimnir, of course, replicated it almost identically, of course, because it looks amazing, because I know they can do that. And then they pushed it. Let's see what they made. Ooh, yep. That's next level. That's pushing it. That's what I want to see from you. Beautiful. I think Grimnir is here, but just in case, let me go ahead and give them a timestamp. Oh, there's Grimnir. Hi, definitely learning a lot. I'm glad. I was a little intimidated when I saw your work, but it's worked out. All right, let's do a review. Grimnir, would you like a level 1, 2, or 3 of criticism? 3 is a gentle push, 2 is nice and balanced, and 1 is I am going to lovingly tear this apart and really not hold back. Most people like it too. Let me know. Sean says, okay, fix things. I haven't changed my YouTube in years. Well, welcome in. This makes me feel like that I know you, like in real life, the way you're talking. Anyway, but hello, welcome in. And there's about a 20-second lag between real life and what you were seeing of me. So I'm going to give a little second here to make sure that Grimnir can give me that 1, 2, or 3. As of now, I'm going to stare at this and think. I'm also going to grab some more potion things. Because part of being a great artist is being able to source interesting references, honestly, and then finding what's the appeal. Okay, sweet. I got some interesting references and I know how I can push. Grimnir, like the intense one. Awesome. Gonna tear you apart. Lovingly. All right. I'm not going to push too much about the anatomy of the skull. That's not what we're here for. We're talking about the interest of the overall piece. So that's what we're going to do. All right. I know you can do better and more interesting, and I'll explain to you why this isn't as interesting as you could have made it. Also, just be clear, they asked for a 1. Okay? This is as intense as I get. They're great, and I love and support them, but I'm also going to tear us apart. All right. So even though you have these potions here, let's start with what they're sitting on, right? This is not terribly interesting by itself, right? Because these angles are pretty stiff. It's accurate, but it's not the most interesting. So how would you make it more interesting? Even by just giving this a nice taper, pretty much the answer is always going to be triangles and tapers. If you made the shelf positioned like this, it's already more interesting. Another general rule is work in 3s. I don't know why, it just makes things more interesting. So I would actually make it so it's really exaggerated, like this shape, and you'd have a little tiny shelf on top, 3 shelves total. If you really want to push it, have it to where there's a big shelf on the bottom and then 2 little shelves on top to really kind of push about your spacing and whatnot. The last thing on this shelf is symmetry. It's perfectly symmetrical. If you can, adding asymmetry adds a lot of interest. What if instead of the skull just sitting on here and being boring, if you actually place the skull here, it was like hanging on this side of the shelf? That would immediately create some more visual interest. I do love that you added the candles. But what's more interesting than candles? What do? Well, they melt and they drip. What if you took this drip and you actually had it spill over and puddle up on the shelf below it? That's interesting. Now let's tackle the actual pieces themselves. The fact that you added these little tags, huge win. I love that. Now the overall shape, you do have, it looks like 4 different shapes actually. I like this one a lot. But the big criticism I have is they're not telling me anything. What if I wanted to come into your potion shop and steal something? I wanted a love potion, okay? I don't know which one to pick because they're all telling me the same thing. If they're going to be different shaped bottles, go further with it. So we're like, this one's so close. If you colored this one pink and they gave it that classic heart shape, that's all. Oh, it's a terrible heart. Oh my Lord. Can I draw a heart? Yes. Anyway, that's already a bit more interesting. Obviously, you make it a little like flatter so it actually fits. But then I kind of start thinking, okay, maybe that's a love potion. You can put like a flower on it or something, but something that will really push your shapes and storytelling even between each potion itself. You also didn't experiment very much with the relationship between like the cork and the bottle itself. You can definitely push that a lot further. You can have like a silly little cork. You can have a cork that's cracked. You can have one that is missing, or maybe someone's taken a bite out of it or did a poor job of putting it back. Really, it's too clean. If you want to kind of go more into this experiment of making stuff look like different, go ahead and steal something. You can get ideas on Pinterest or wherever and seeing how they explore. But looking at this, I already know if I wanted a love potion, I'm not going to drink this. That's not love. Oh, kind of love you want. But anyway, that's what I'm trying to say. Tell a story with each potion. That's where I'd push you next. Overall, you did a great job. This is so much more interesting than what I make as practice for my assignments, for my students. But there you go. That's a 1. I hope you feel lovingly destroyed and uplifted as an artist. Sean says, oh, I'm glad my casual streak doesn't get weird. I've made miniature models through Hero Forge, but this makes me think about modeling my myriad characters myself. You should. It's so much fun making your own characters. You can download, I think it's ZBrush Core Mini. It's free, and you can like just start playing with shapes. If you want to learn, obviously I teach, but that's not free. That is my whole thing though, I don't normally destroy you like this. This is because Scribner asked for this. But yeah, Scribner, if you have any questions, please let me know. I love doing a 1 review. It's very fun for me. All right, up next is paint. They also did the potion assignment. Love to see it. Take your time. Sweet. And they had a couple questions here, which is common. Paint is always looking to improve. I love that about them. I'm waiting for the time to work. There we go. Scribner says that was really great feedback. Thanks. You are welcome. All right. So right here, Paint has a question. Do you have any recommendations for adding to my UI? It looks like they provided me with a list of what they have put on there. I like your brush choices. I use many of these myself. Oh, you put shadow box on here. Need to try. Oh, I'm so glad you put that on there because I talked about it and liked it. Alrighty. I would say... I'm looking at your whole UI really quick. You have mirror and weld, which is great. I would also add unify. It's subtool. Let me just show you where it's at. Unify is great. It's under tool deformation. So go to tool deformation, unify right at the top. That will take whatever your object is and put it dead center in your scene. That's going to be huge for you to make sure that if your model gets out of whack, you can easily repair it. So I think unify is a must. ZBrush with adapt in half, very good. You don't have ZBrush with adaptive size. I do think it's important to have adaptive size included for ZBrush. Adaptive size will just, whether it's going to respect your details or try to blanket it with even quads. That's the big difference. So it's nice to have on there. If you ever want to know like what something in ZBrush does, just hover over it and hold down Command, Control on Windows, and it will bring up a little blurb and tell you more about it. Very good. Next, for your project submission, you said, I did an oval-shaped potion, but a slightly different cork. I hope this is good. Heck yeah, it's good. I love this. I like that you actually like really dug into the forms here, and the wood looks a lot more damaged. I do think that's a lot of fun. It's more of a round shape. You even said it's intentional. It's an oval-shaped potion. You did fantastic. I love to see it. Sater says, Mia, is it possible to share your UI? Yes, I do. I do share it with my students, but I discourage them from using it because I think it's important to make your own. This is great paint. Seriously. I'm very, very proud of you. Sorry I didn't paint them. I don't mind. It's a disappointing because your name is paint, but that's okay. I think that's permissible. I'm not going to give you intense feedback because it's not the level of where you are at. I just need you to make more and keep making. If you want, you can go through and polypaint this to challenge yourselves, but I need you to sculpt more. Unify, ZBrush adaptive size. Thank you. You're very welcome. I want you getting even more practice, and I got just the assignment for you. And yeah, I'm not expecting you to do like what I yelled at Grimnir for, gently, lovingly yelled at Grimnir for, which is like, it's boring, be interesting. No. Your assignment was to remake the potions, and that's what you did. Good job. Alrighty. I want you practicing more organic forms. You've already worked on the dress, and you've already worked on the potions. We're going to work on hair for the first time. Listen, hair can be really frustrating. This is one of those assignments that I'm not expecting you to nail it the first time. This is the first time you have ever made it, okay? So I want to make sure that you have that expectation going into it. I have a free hair and braid brush for you to work on, or for you to take, because you actually mentioned that earlier today. You're looking for free resources. I would like for you to look at the thumbnail that did not show up for some reason. You'll see it in the video. Try to create it yourself and then follow the video. Very good. No joke, I love the criticism you gave Grimnir. It's really helpful, even me being a noob of 3D modeling. Yes, and that brings me to a really important point. Grimnir, I'm so glad that you asked for a 1 because it helps everybody. It really does. So let's get some confetti and some thank you in the chats for Grimnir for being brave and letting me destroy them lovingly. Torvin says, Grimnir doesn't have any questions right now. He is crying for your brutal honor. The details. Yeah. Sean says, beg pardon, I'm trying to find ZBrush Core Mini, but Maxon website says 404 not found. For fuck's sake, Maxon. Excuse me. Maxon is evil. I'm sorry. It's gone. That means it's gone. They got rid of ZBrush Core as well. Meep mop. I don't know. I'm so irritated with Maxon because I keep trying to like provide options for people to start using ZBrush, and they're like, no, pay me $40 a month. And I'm like, Maxon, that's outrageously expensive. I'm sorry. That means it doesn't exist anymore. They've been nuking stuff recently. Just a month ago, they got rid of ZBrush Core, which pissed me off because ZBrush Core was $10 a month instead of $40, and a lot of my students used it. So, mad. Meat mom. If I find it, I will send it to you. Speaking of Sean's, if you're not already in our Discord, you should be, because we're all there. All right, any other questions? And this can be from students, mentorship paying students, and non-paid students. Any peasant in the chat can ask me questions right now. This is your time. This is happy hour. Yes, Paint says, Please hit me up for ZBrush. Yes, paint is our, paint's helpful. I'm not going to elaborate. Grimnir says, Mia, absolutely. Once I dry my tears, I'll be a better artist for it. Seriously, though, that was helpful. Oh, you're great. David, whispers on the wind. Blender. Yeah, you can absolutely use Blender. Blender is free and awesome. I don't use Blender because I'm a snob. I'm totally not joking. I just didn't like it, and I'm like, no. And I didn't learn it, and I regret it a tiny bit. But anyway, we're here now. Aloha says, Mia, I have a question. Yeah, can we see your thing yet, Aloha? Oh my goodness. Aloha made this Gunslinger project. It looks amazing. We want to see all of the things you created because they made so many assets for it, and it's incredible. Send me the thing, please, so I can show everyone. Because I've seen it before. I've already reviewed their project, but I haven't seen the fancy renders for it. Can I show my art, please? Yes, where is it? And wherever you have it, if you have it like on ArtStation, put it and share your art so that way everyone can go follow you and whatnot. Ford versus Chevy. Yeah, 100%. I'm a Chevy girl. While we're at it. Everyone's so excited to see Aloha's project. Donde? Is it in general? No, there's just paint being cute. All right, in the meantime, I'm going to open up my Gunslinger project and then we're going to get her post-process for 3D printing. Because that is what we do around here. We 3D print. So yeah, here is my unposed version, and then I got 3 lovely poses going on. We got a little bit of a standoff happening. David says, oh my god, that's funny because I drive a Ford. You're kidding me. That's hysterical. Aloha says, Mia, can you scroll down on the link? Plus, if you want, you read the little lore I wrote for it. Yeah, I would love that. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, good, it's on ArtStation. Oh, I'm so excited. All right, I'm gonna put this in the chat too, even though Aloha can't because we're a mod. Everyone go look at it. That we can see it high res on your own screen in addition to my screen. It'll be like Aloha Inception. Oh, I'm super excited to see this fully rendered. Go away, password manager. There it is. Here is Aloha's project. Please pay attention to the fabric folds, and that's a different project. And general awesomeness. Ooh, and there is a bit of lore here too. Check that out. All of the assets here are just wonderful. I was just so impressed with this project, and Aloha's been growing a lot as an artist. Check out these fun renders. But look at, okay, seriously, this gun is one of the few things in their project submission that I had like no feedback for. I actually showed Ricky to it because Ricky is a bit of a gun nut. That's my husband. And Ricky was like, is it a flintlock? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay, then it's fine. Because he had like a technical thing to add, but you did it right. Okay, the close-ups look amazing. Gosh. This sword is beautiful. Oh, you engraved the entire thing. I mean, why not? Absolutely incredible. And the little bit of lore here is, the night is long, dear hunter. Beasts have joined the fray. Our sacrifice essential from the old blood away. The blood sings to me again. Rip and tear these beasts apart. Till your axe and blade may dull. She paints a work of art. Such beauty in the horror. Her strokes never blunt. Her tears line the canvas. For tonight, Sienna joins the hunt. Beautiful. I expect nothing less from our lore master. Look at these crispy details. I think your close-ups look even better than your zoomed out one. I think it's because the shadows get a little too black to see all the details that you like. They're so gorgeous. That being said, that's kind of the aesthetic of the specific character though. I love it. I'm very proud of you. And you already know all my details, my comments, so I won't do that here. Yeah, everyone's blown away. Yeah. Okay, the gun is outrageous though. Yeah, Sean says that is one very lovely gun, right? I have no feedback for this. Like I had like lots of really good feedback to give them for like fabric folds and details and structure and body and all kinds of stuff like that. And then for the gun, I was like, no comments. The katana was beautiful as well. So I just dropped a bunch of like lore on them to make it even more accurate or not accurate based on what they wanted. And that was it. David says, I want to play D&D with Aloha. I know, right? I feel like that would be a great experience. Beautiful. Am I logged in? No. I can't like it, but people are liking it. Yay. I'm extremely proud of you. You get the party. Behold. You've grown so much. I mean, the confidence and there were oh, by the way, while we're at it, Aloha created all of this from scratch. The body included. Every single thing you see on here was made from scratch. There was not a single reuse asset. Foxy says, love it. That's the level I would like to obtain. You too could be part of this at this level under my mentorship. No, but seriously, Aloha put in all the work. I can guide you guys and help you get to where you want to go, but at the end of the day, you have to do the work, and Aloha is doing it. So good job. We're all super proud of you. But specifically me, because you're making me look fantastic. Oh, goodness. Speaking of, while you guys are at it, you should definitely just follow them on ArtStation. So these two projects are what they have done under my mentorship specifically. This was the other epic project they did. Why do you want me to log in so bad? Stop. Anyway. Aloha just cooks. Aloha made this entire torii gate just to complement this piece. Just amazing. I will say between this project, it's hard to believe that these were created back to back Aloha. Like the improvement from this dragon to this character is kind of unbelievable. Like if I wasn't directly teaching you, I'd be like, I don't believe it. There was other work. So amazing. All right. I think I have lovingly put you on blast enough. I can't figure out how to close my screen. There it is. When I'm on I have like 3 monitors up and Mac is kind of annoying with where you need to hover. All right. We are no longer stuck. Not the worst thing to be stuck at. Peyton says, this gives me Liza P vibes and Bloodborne. They're going to love that you said that. Yeah. Sean says, is there a way I can message people directly? I'm not entirely sure how to do so on YouTube. I'm definitely interested in ZBrush now. If our friend Paint can assist me. Oh, our friend Paint can assist everyone. Join the Discord. Join the cult. Come hang out. Peasants. That's where we're all at. Aloha says, yes, I made everything and UV unwrapped over 60 subtools and hand painted everything. I am very tired now. Sean says, thanks. I've actually already joined. Love to see it. And Paint's name there is literally exactly the same. So you can click on Paint's name and just be like, hey, bam, I have DM'd Paint at a demonstration. Again, you just click on their name, go to this little box down here and type in, hey. Congrats. Ooh, another more compressed final shot. Amazing. Let me move it over so it's not my face in the way. I love it. She's gorgeous. Good work. Speaking of Aloha, since we're all just loving Aloha right now, Aloha is hosting a summer art festival in our Discord starting next Monday. So there's going to be a prompt every week, and it is meant for all levels, all creatives. You can be a 2D artist, 3D artist, or like a wordsmith. You just want to like type out a little like paragraph story or whatever. And again, all skill levels are very, very, very welcome. Even if you can only draw a stick figure, draw that stick figure. We want to see it. It is an art festival, not a proficiency art snob festival. Get me? Create, do stuff. It's gonna be fun. I need to figure out how to encourage you guys to do things without just like being aggressive about it. I don't know. It's just the way that I do things. Okay. We're going to post-process this for 3D printing if there's not any other questions. Also, Aloha, I want to read Foxy's comment one more time. Foxy said, love it. That's the level I would like to obtain. It's cool. Sometimes you got to like, when you start hearing people say that about your art, it feels pretty incredible to be like, oh man, like you're doing the thing. Very cool. Alrighty. Rudy says, hold them at 3D gunpoint. That is kind of what I'm doing. The fact that this is on screen is even funnier and totally unintentional. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get this 3D print ready. Sater says some people are into being told what to do. Not that kind of channel. Aloha says, Mia, I was post-processing the final image earlier today and wanted to cry. I was so happy I was able to do this from where I started. Thanks for your help and mentorship. And then you plugged my mentorship because you're the best. Honestly, like, it's been a very, it's been awesome for me to teach you because, like, you're doing the work. Like, it's perfect. It's perfect. Paint. Mia, did you need something? I had to walk out. No. Someone asked how to DM you, and so I did a demo and then said, hey, at you. Sorry. I don't need anything. Oh my god, Sater. Rudy. Moving on, we're going to post-process this. Alright, so again, when you're post-processing, to make it 3D printable, you don't want it to be 3 million polys because your 3D printer will just cry. It will print it, but your slicer will take forever and it just doesn't need to take that long. I like the base to be perfectly flat and then make sure there's no funny business going on. Like her hair is clipping through her body, we got some other nonsense. So I'll grab my Move Topological brush and just kind of move things around. The sleeve got especially screwed up. So we're gonna just split those off into their own piece. Just like so. Make each their own subtool and we'll fix them individually. Usually Character Creator does not blow up this hard. Look, sometimes it does, it's fine. I can use Move and Backface Mask to quickly fix these volumes, and I'm going to smooth it because the seam lines are also really weird. This is not how you sculpt sleeves, okay? This is me repairing something that got destroyed when it got rigged, which is really common. It's a common thing, like a roadblock that my students run into when they start posing their characters. They're like, what the heck? I have to sculpt it twice? And I'm like, bingo. There's always going to be cleanup when you pose something. Not this much necessarily. This is about as screwed up as an asset can get from posing. No biggie though. All right, this now looks much more like a sleeve and not like a twisted abomination. Beautiful. Now that that's repaired, let's go ahead and add some subdivision levels and repair the fabric folds and also bring back those seams because those, even though they're a small detail, they are quite nice. For fabric folds, I simply use the standard brush. And anywhere where fabric is moving or being compressed, add a fabric fold. If you feel like you don't know what fabric folds look like, same. Make sure you grab a reference. Always grab a reference for anyone that needs to hear it in the chat. Using references is not cheating. You are not expected to literally know what the whole world looks like. It's just not possible. Bam, that looks much, much, much better than what we started with. Aloha says, I have received the ultimate compliment from Bunny in the Discord. Oh, I want to see. It's like if Dante Devil May Cry was in Bloodborne. That's incredible. Well, I've done it. I've achieved my favorite compliment ever. Oh, Bunny, that was perfect. Amazing. Amazing. I love to see it. Have I bragged about this community recently? Because I think about it all the time. You guys are just the best. And I'm so glad you're so wonderful to each other. I wouldn't tolerate anything else, to be clear. You would know, because there would just be a Discord with no words. But anyway, you guys are actually fantastic to each other, so it makes my job really easy. When I was just starting out, I kind of had a little bit of that, where, you know, like you have a Discord server without many people. We're almost at 1,000 right now. Woot woot. But in the beginning, when it was just like 50, I definitely would feel, I would just like yeet people on the server if they were just not matching the vibes. And it felt like re-rolling. I was like, I don't like that one. Banish. New person to come in. How is this one? Oh, this one's good. This one can stay. Because it very much so is like growing a garden, having a community. You gotta pull out the weeds. Hey, Yoni's here. Hello, hello. Sater says, hey, it makes my job really boring. Sater is one of my mods, so they probably could deal with some chaos. There's not much to moderate. It's true. I don't know. I've gotten really good. It's like someone can say like 2 messages in the chat and I can tell if I'm gonna like you or not, which sounds like a really weird mean girl popularity contest thing, but it's not. I love you, dorks. If you're here, you obviously passed the vibe check, so you don't have to be weird of like, oh no. If you're lurking though, I guess the jury is still out. Joking, but be nice, but joking. I feel like being a mod and having a server on Discord, it's really easy when you actually like the people that are in it. Like you would never tolerate someone being a jerk to like your best friend, right? And obviously I'm not like on best friend level. I'm not that intimate with you dorks, but you definitely are my friends and like my people. So it's very easy for me to be like, if you're not cool, you better be nice to my peasants. Aloha. Oh yeah, Yoni, you gotta go look at Aloha's thing. It's in the Discord under share art. But yeah, pull up their art station and like full enjoy. It's incredible. David says, I can spice up your day if you need. Sure. We can actually do temporary bans. Like we can mute you for up to a minute. I'm sure Sater would love. I don't know if Sater's ever been able to do that. They would love to. When my community is so good, you guys ask for permission to be bad, or you offer permission to be bad. Like, oh, I can be bad. I can be fun. Higher Sculpt says, I lurk, then pop in, then go back to lurking, and then out myself. Yeah, I didn't know you were still here. Hello, hello. To be fair, I'm the same way. Like, I mentioned, I watched Shane when they streamed back in the day on Pixelogic's channel a lot. I never once said something in the chat. I am super shy if I am not, like, the content. Yoni says, so Loa, congrats on the model. I really like the pose. It's so elegant. Oh, I love it. I love it. Alrighty, making some really good progress here. I should probably set a timer so I don't just obsess on tiny little details back and forth. But I feel like I'll be good this time. It's like, you know that bad habit? Surely it won't bad habit. Man, her lats are gigantic and deformed. Come here. Your shoulders are just not that broad. I'm going to cover up a lot of this nonsense with her hair, so I'm not going to fix it because you're not going to see it. But the shoulder that is showing, we are definitely not going to leave deformed. Yeah, I also don't need her gun to be stuck through her leg. Oh, to all my students watching, don't smush around hard surface objects with the move brush unless you are really confident you are not going to break the topology. Or like, you know, what makes it look hard surface. Just make sure the intensity is somewhat high and your brush size is also large. Otherwise, you'll take this gun and you'll make it look like that. And we don't want that. All right, how much of that is visible? Oh, none of it. Cool. I'm not going to fix it. This seam is a little too ridiculous. Let's just fill it in a little bit because it's really not supposed to take up that much attention. Why does it look so bubbly? Stop. There we go. You can always turn on transparency to see how the mesh is interacting with the body below it. Remember, the body always wins. You do not Just because, like, let's say I made the sleeve like this, okay? And I'm like, oh no, her arm is sticking through, drags her arm down. No, the body wins. The clothes fit the body, not the other way around. It sounds obvious, but like when you are, you know, learning and you're just a baby artist, I feel like I would just smush things around to try to fix them, and then I would end up deforming the body underneath so much it didn't even look like anything anymore. We've all done it. Iris Sculpt says, I'm just working and love having streams in the background. Yeah, that's what most of us do here, and I love it because it kind of feels like a big art party. We have people that are all over the country. Like Aloha's on a different continent than me right now. I just think it's really cool. Oh, speaking of Iris Sculpt, I haven't properly completely stalked you yet on the internet, though I love what I saw on Instagram. I can't tell if you've ever done anything with 3D printing, but if you ever wanted someone to like 3D print your stuff or like, I don't know, give you tips on how to do that, like that's my thing. And I would love to, I don't know, anything that you would like to collaborate on, let me know. I am very open with like sharing my expertise and all that kind of good stuff. It doesn't come up much unless I just bring it up, but I actually have my bachelor's in mechanical engineering. So especially if you're working on stuff that has more specific tolerances and stuff, I am happy to help with whatever. Taylor says, Mia, I feel like in general, moderators should just be dictators, only keeping people that can get along well. Fairness really doesn't matter when trolls find loopholes. I agree. And I don't even, like, I have banned people and they will message me and they'll be like, why did you ban me? And in my head, I'm like, it's because I don't like you. I just don't respond. Like, I'm not going to do this, like, rules argument. But who knows? If I ever get spicy, I'd be like, it's because I don't like you. I don't need to cite a rule. Just be cool. Just be cool. I agree. Online communities aren't governments. They're groups of people that can get along naturally. Exactly. Oh my god, Sater said, okay, silence Worm, and his silence David. Bye, David. This is a joke. Oh, beautiful. Meanwhile, Yoni is still just singing the praises of Aloha. I love it. The katana, yeah, such a nice detail, right? It's beautiful. Goodbye, David. He's dead. Iris Sculpt says, oh, thanks, yes. I do a ton of 3D printing. I used to work in aerospace, of course. There's something about it. I don't know what it is. I can sense the STEM the STEM background. I don't know. I'm like, I wonder if you're already, yeah. Okay, anyway. In aerospace, as a CNC operator / programmer, then moved into toys and printing professionally. Also, collabs are amazing. Again, same, but not really, because I never actually went into industry. I just got my degree and dipped. But yeah, if the pandemic didn't hit right, like when I graduated, I probably would have gone into industry. But I was like, no one's getting jobs right now. Anyway, let me see if I can make toys. Yeah. But that happens so often where I'm just kind of like, I can't even explain it. I don't know what it is. Where I'm like, I sense the math, which is hysterical because I'm terrible at math. Yeah. Yep, Sater, also ex-CNC. Yep. Sater, you've done so much, though, that's almost not fair. Like, you can say, like, X of, like, so many different industries and, like, skills. You're kind of like our, you know, our Joker card. Somehow that factors in and makes you a great mod. But for carbide and in O&G. Yeah, Ricky uses that. We have a CNC just for, like, woodworking and stuff. But yeah. And he uses carbide 3D. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. We don't use our CNC enough. We made our own dice boxes out of hardwood. We were using cherry at the time, but then we moved across the country and they like do not have cherry out here. So we're going to just like test our settings a little bit differently. It should be about the same. I'm using oak instead. Aloha says, I hope you guys all join the art fest. It'll be a super fun thing to work on in the week with no stress, but lots of fun. Yeah, no, seriously, that's going to be great. And again, like you don't have to make great stuff. It's just about creating in general. Rudy says Satyr was an ex-movie star. I'm curious what Satyr is going to say in response to that. All right, I need to do the thing. I'm getting distracted, which is good. I have no problem chatting with y'all. But if I talk to you guys too much, then my other mod, Reaper, yells at me. Can't keep everybody happy. All right, let's move this backpack so it actually makes sense. There are no straps holding on this backpack. It's just held on by magic right now. Let's move this character out of the way. Let's move this character out of the way. All right, and I can kind of merge things down as needed and then fix her back because, goodness. There we go, that looks better. We have some minor clipping issues, nothing too serious. I like it. Oh, look, there's David. You can't ban me forever. Also, I love this model. Great job. Oh, I love it. Taylor says Iris Sculpts. I'd love to see some of your toy designs. Satyr, would you mind dropping Iris Sculpts Instagram in the chat again? And then Iris says, mostly statues are personal work, but I used to work at Funko and did a lot for them for years. That explains a lot with how clean your work is. Yeah. That's so cool. Satyr says, no, I lathe and milled carbide. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking like the software Carbide 3D. That also makes sense. Alrighty, what was I doing? Alright, this pose looks pretty solid. I'm gonna scoot her over to her, oh, she lost her hair. I'm gonna put her hair back on her head. Yes, and her sleeve. This is the one that required the most cleaning up. Still looks quite good. Awesome. That's looking really clean. Satyr says, check reference thread. Yes. There I am. Hey, the gun stream. Yeah, look, dude, I'm getting so much stronger. Where did I put that to get that shadow? There, tiny gun. It's getting better. Also, yeah, my right bicep is way bigger than my left bicep. I noticed that recently and I was like, I should fix that. It's happening. I don't have any like specific, where's like a little arm emoji, goals when it comes to like, I don't know. It's only a metal one. Weird. Whatever. For getting stronger, I would like to be healthier. There's something about being an artist that does not lend to super healthy habits sometimes. Muscle stonks, 100%. I finally fixed my posture. I don't sculpt like this anymore, which is partly due to streaming. That's been nice. All right, so now I'm doing a final check when it comes to 3D printing. So kind of scooting things to where either it's easier to support them or they don't need to have supports at all in the first place. Scooting her hair back, that looks good. That will print as one luscious blob, just as intended. My Apple Watch is like, you need to stand up. Listen, I'm almost done streaming, relax. Get this noodle arm go. I did not add any super sexy fabric folds here, but you know what? That's fine. At some point, you're just gonna call her done. Yoni, to use that as your member message, I hate that, but that's fine. Big guns, big muscle, big mama strong. I'm like, I have to read it. It's so silly. All right, Iris Sculpt says, okay, I do have to go. Lunch is calling my name. Sounds good. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, thank you. Say don't give them points because that was hilarious. Beautiful. Yeah, there's been no heist today. People are actually just hanging out for the art. Crazy. That being said, I do love when you guys run heists, so go nuts. Aloha also says, I actually should hit 6 months soon, but here's a 4-month message instead. Thanks for the kind art words. Strong art, mom. Beautiful. This is the real reason why I have to get, like, huge guns now. Definitely not for health reasons or self-betterment. Definitely for goofy names. All right, this is looking really good. Yoni says, I'm really happy for you, Loa. It makes you want to finish my first model. You should. We are hyping you up. You got it. You can do it. All right, we just hit the 4-hour mark of the stream. We'll be moving into last call very soon. So if you have last minute nonsense comments or real questions, now is the time. Today has been a huge, huge stream. Thank you guys so much. This was awesome. Meal muscle mommy. No. I have no maternal vibes. Peasants, straight to the wolves. It's Hansel and Gretel time. Nope. But yes, there'll be an art festival next week. On topic. I feel like the more I tell you guys not to call me that, the more you're going to call me that. So I will just reserve comment. And then just disappointed look, which is very motherly, actually, probably. I was hatched, so. Christ. Noodle muscle. Listen, not for long. Just give me like another year. I'm making very slow progress. Christ. Seder, I know. I'm just trying to fight the fight. I know. As soon as I said that, I was like, this is a very weak argument on my part. Bad peasants. Okay. Art Muscle Madre, I'm more behind. Anyway, this is almost done. Woo, I'm excited about it. Aloha says, okay, Mia, I raise you this instead. Muscle Madame. You knew I'd like that. Yeah, that's fine. That's acceptable. I'm behind that. I'm not very muscly to start yet, but I will be. The triple M does have a ring to it, though. Sarah, your triple M, for as long as I remember to call you this, should last until about midnight tonight. Rudy says, Muscle Madame is solid. I like it. Yeah, you know what? I'm fine with that. It definitely beats my, like, middle school nickname, which was Angel Fluff. Which is mostly because I didn't know how to style my hair, because it's curly, so when I brush it, it just turns into a big poof. There's a reason why you guys have never seen my hair brushed out, and you never will. I don't want to post-process anymore. I just want it to be done. Neep. Okay. Sager says, I'll start lifting again if you start doing so regularly. I do. I can almost do a chin-up, which I know isn't exciting to most of you guys, but like I used to just hang there and nothing would happen. And I can now, with very, very little assistance, do a chin-up. I can't do a pull-up at all. Like, the back muscles don't do anything as of right now. Yes, I like it. Yoni says, I gotta start training again. I lost all the gains. Hey, it's easier to get them back the second time. They're there. They're just hidden. I like it. Healthy art squab. Artists that lift together, art together, stay together. What? Where is Reaper to be like, I am not gonna work out later, nerds? Looking good. Yeah, Rudy, I also need to lift again. Yeah, Rudy, you were in really good shape there for a while. I remember that. I say for a little while. Again, I have no idea if you have stopped because I have not seen you in a long time. But yes, I remember at one point you were getting the gains. Does the house even hoist peasant? Lame. I love it. God, these poses are so cool. Good job, Ricky. Even if her back muscles want to like fall out of her back. Come here. All right, these pieces got a little ridiculous. Let's go ahead and fix them. There we go. Looking good. Mini Mimic says, I hear it helps if you start from the top and lower yourself on the bar. Trains your brain and muscle to do the reverse. That's how I started for sure. Now I'm trying to do like both. But yeah, I just like super slowly like let my... Are you still banned in the chat? Sater. Anyway, I realized that David's only talking in Discord. Anyway, that is how I had to start. Aloha says, yeah, stick figure versus this. Before versus after Mia's art mentorship. Real. 100%. I can make you go from, come here, this to this. Come on. Wow, even Discord's like, you're such a liar. Yeah, I'm a liar. Aloha already had a great foundation. I mean, no, this is all me. Pure magic. Definitely not Aloha working really hard and diligently. Sater says, Mia, no, I said it for 5 minutes. Sounds like a him issue. You first you call David a worm, and then you silence him for 5 minutes, and then you tell him it's a skill issue that he can't talk. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, David did have the band hammer unleashed on him. He literally asked for it. Like, I don't mean like, ooh, he asked for it. No, I mean like literally. He was like, ban me. Hey, Foxy is here. There was another Foxy. There are now 2 Foxies. I have to let you know this. I know. I am finally home. Welcome home. I hope you had a good trip and now a good welcome home. Seder, am I wrong though? No. I think David just needs to refresh their page. That is really funny though. I have never had so much fun being banned before. Well, David's having a good time over there. Foxy says, we are multiplying. It does seem like that. Man, today's stream was on fire. Yeah, we're at 20 people still. Damn. Awesome. Thank you guys. Seder says he was asking like it was a spiked boot and wanted it on his throat. It's true. God, maybe you guys are freaks. Jesus. Anyway, we're not going to talk about that. I really don't want to post-process anymore, but I'm getting a lot of good work done, so I hate post-processing. It's the worst part of what I do, and it doesn't have to take that long, but I refuse to like cut corners. I like make sure I do a really good job, and it just takes forever. All right, she's gonna have the rifle still. Stick. I'm gonna make a copy of it in case I for some reason needed it still. The thing about post-processing is like no matter like unless you do an absurdly good job and like you literally spend like all day making sure there's not a single clipping issue, there's still going to be like a little piece that's not where it's supposed to be, and you have to just accept that. And it drives me crazy. It's fine. There we go. Like, what are with these like armholes? Why so lumpy? Character creator really hated these sleeves. Damn. There we go. Oh my god, Foxy is still here. We must duel. Second, Foxy, I don't know what else to call you. You matched the vibes perfectly. I had a feeling you were going to. And now that... So we have 2 tailors as well, and the first thing they did was also duel. Which, speaking of, you might be joking, I do have a dueling mechanic in my chat. As you hang out, you are naturally accruing poing, which is like fake currency, so you guys can fight each other. So, you're amazing. You fit right in. Good peasant. Seder says, where is Ray when I need him? You guys always like call for each other, and I think it's really funny. So I'm gonna ominously put that in the tab quotes because I know Ray is gonna be like, what the heck did I miss? Because it's specifically you two being like, where is the other one? And I just think it's like the funniest, cutest thing. Ray and Seder forever. Sean says, I feel motivated to draw now. I can't 3D, so I sell 2D. The peasant effect is happening. One of us. One of us. Yeah, it's kind of what happens here. Like, people hang out, and then, like, if you ever like to create at any point in your life, or have always wanted to, this stream will make you do that. It's like insidious, infectious art party. It's just what happens. You should draw. And whenever you sketch, you should share it in the Discord. We'll hype you up. It's what we do. Awesome. The dueling is happening. It's beautiful. I love it. This is so stupid. I love it. Well, I guess we have Foxy, and then we have Foxy with 2 X's, and then Bryn. Brown? Bryn. Burr. Maybe we'll call you Foxy Burr to make it separate. Anyway, Gravnir says, Mia, I have to take off here. It's been a great stream. Thanks again for the critique. Bye, everyone. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Rudy says insidious, infectious. Sounds pretty freaky to me. I know I said insidious, and then I was like, that was the wrong I word. I meant infectious. So I'm like, that almost wasn't any better. Do you ever try to think of a word and your brain just gives you like a similar sounding word instead of like the right one? And you're like, no, I mean, like, can you give me a different word? And it just keeps giving you the same wrong word. I don't know. English is hard. Yeah. Sean says inspiration. Fuck, that is what I was trying to say. Infectious inspiration. That is what I was trying to say. Anyway, Sean says inspiration is infectious. What can we artists say? Exactly. Foxy says, Mia, just call us both Foxy and let's try to work it out from context. Works for me. That is the chaotic peasant approach. I like it. Rudy says me trying to make sentences. Rudy, you don't have to talk though, because you're such a good musician. You can just like real life bard that shit and just like play a song and I'd like know what you meant. Hey, Ray is here. Oh my god. I'm busy procrastinating an inordinate amount of work. How can you have so much work? You're on summer break. Or are you talking about the dragon that you're working on? Because yeah, like get to it, dude. Just set a timer and do 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes at a time. And then one day you'll have a dragon. That's pretty sure that's how that works. Sater says insidiously inspired infection. Sure. Ah, goodness. Rudy says, hey, much thanks. Much welcome. I've decided I can't stop streaming until these are all 3D print ready because they are really not that hard to post-process and I am just not doing it quickly. Alright. Looking good. We're good. Oh, where are her eyelashes? What the heck? She has no... Fuck. Excuse me. Sorry. She has no eyebrows or eyelashes. When did this happen? Are they just hidden? Oh, thank God, they're just hidden. Trying to put eyebrows and eyelashes onto a character as a separate subtool when they've already been created and moved, I'm telling you, it is so much harder to fix than you think. Like, you're better off just resculpting them entirely. Anyway, false alarm. We're good. We're fine. My heart stopped for a second there. I was like, I am going to just quit the stream right now, and I'm going to make this future Mia's problem, which is my favorite thing to do. There we go. All is well again. Let's go ahead and move these hair strands over because they don't need to just be floating in the oblivion. Damn, that's a good pose. I love it. Foxy says, Mia, last night we introduced Dragon to Joseph and the amazing Technicoat Dreamcoat. That sounds amazing. Perpetual stream. No. Stream doesn't end until request board is done. Shit, then it would be a perpetual stream. Sean says, I feel like I just got here. Don't quit. I believe in you. It's been 4.5 hours. What was that? What did I just drop? You guys all heard that, right? You had to have. It was very loud. Oh, my lipstick fell over, I think. Fun fact, I'm very easily startled, so that scared the crap out of me. And probably you guys. I'm sorry. What was that? Why was it so loud? Anyway. Thank you guys. This actually is helping me get this project done. Okay. We need the rifle still. I have a copy in case I need it. We're going to have 3 3D printable models. Let's go. And they're going to look good. And the clipping issues are going to be minor. Is this how manifesting works? Am I doing it? Rudy says, Mia, if you quit, I'm coming over there and stealing all of your cereal. I will starve to death if you do that. You know that. Ray says, I actually just got here. The stream isn't allowed to end. I didn't hear anything. You must be hearing things. Okay, that makes me feel better because it's like a huge, loud click sound. Okay. I don't know where that came from. Yeah, I'm gonna call this, we'll have 2 action poses. We'll just have one that's called rifle and one that's called pistol. This is also a great pose. All right, what is this little, I don't know what this does, but as long as it's 3D printable, that's fine. Sater says, what? No endless chili? You know, I have not made chili in a hot minute. It's time to make chili again. I do this really fun thing where if I eat a food enough times, one day I eat it and I hate it one day. So then I can't eat it for a long time. It's super annoying. But it's about time for me to like chili again. I really like cooking and I really like eating. I just don't like the same foods every day. It's very annoying. All right, this one looks really good. We have this pose and she is rifle-list. Good. That's why I made a copy because I knew that was going to happen. Called it. Okay, we're actually really close to this bottle being done. Sweet. That makes me very happy. If you guys are hell bent on the stream going longer, I can at least get that dark elf ready for post prep. But after that, I'm ending the stream for sure, okay? I'm very hungry. Alo says, ooh, look at all the cool reaction thingies my art stuff got. All the colors. Let's look. There's a color. Colors. Amazing. I mean, it's only like 2 colors. Red and orange. But it's still pretty good. Ira says, that's so cool, dude. I love the mood of this piece. Great job. Oh, that's fantastic. Amazing. Amazing. Fruity. No ending the stream. Eat while on stream. No. I hate food sounds, and I sympathize to anyone else that hates the sound of food sounds, so I would just mute myself the entire time. So just be a silent stream of me eating cereal. We're not doing that. You guys are silly. Good try. Not very convincing, but the effort is efforting. Also, I'm still here, so we're good. What are you guys doing? We had quite a few people that were making, working on different art projects. Are you guys still doing that? I imagine at this point, Sater is getting off work soon. Like, Sean says, pause stream while eating. Take a break and then come back. Oh my god. Ray says, I added more emoji colors. Good. Hello. Thanks, Ray, for defending me. It was only 2. It's like reverse psychology. There you go. More people are admiring it. I like it. Alright, some of her hair clips all the way through her ear, and that looks weird and painful. Let's just scoot her ear over. Why are there so many pieces? Also, more concerningly, why will you not remesh by union? Why are you blowing up? There are three copies of you. When one of you is being the devil, the other ones are working great. I don't understand. You're identical. Yeehaw in Elven. Yeah, what would that sound like? Satyr says, normally yes, but I have to stay late today. Well, shit, I guess late stream it is. It was meant to be. David says, I'm working on the Mimic armor. Oh, I need to send pics. I'm going to a family thing soon, but I'll try to remember either tonight or tomorrow. Sounds good. I'm excited to see it. Okay, sweet. It did the remesh thing. I was very worried that it was fighting me because I'm like, again, you're identical. You're the same thing 3 times. You can't work twice, but not the last time. That just does not make any sense. Rudy's playing Mass Effect 2. Solid choice. Meanwhile, Yoni is just having a great time over there, heisting all by his lonesome. I like it. Satyr, you shouldn't still be silenced. Satyr's like, what are you doing? Maybe he wants to be silenced. Oh, probably not. This is just too much fun. Ray says, love a good pair of flares. Same. I'm trying to find low-rise jeans that are flared, and it's impossible. And I know, it's like, everyone likes high-rise jeans, and I get it. They're flattering. I don't have a torso, like at all. I'm just legs. So when I wear high-rise pants, they like touch my ribcage, y'all. Like, I can't do it. I can't do it. All right, let's make sure that her feet are flat. Boop, meep, mop. Looks good. Pose, pose, pose. Wow, it's really satisfying, actually. Satyr says, that was a test. I told you. Silence. You know, it's really funny because Satyr is a mod in my Discord and on YouTube, so he could theoretically mute you twice. Joking. We will not do that to you, David. All right. All of these are 200,000 points, but for some reason this one is 199,000 points and 909 points. Really? Okay, whatever. I don't know why this one's different, but it doesn't matter. I think the bird is fun, but a little unnecessary. So we're going to unbird. Alao says, fun fact, Mia is all legs, so what you're seeing on camera is just her head, and her legs are using the tablet pen. Also, I have really weird feet. Ray says, Mia, nope, low-rise is so much better. Modern taste is wrong. You gotta look for the vintage low-rise flares. Oh, that's really good advice, actually. And I agree, times 10. Thank you, thank you. Why heist broke? It's probably not. I just put a cooldown on you knuckleheads because when you try to heist so many times back to back, it's like heistception and you're finishing ones before other ones start. So I moved the cooldown so you could not break it. Yeah. Big long explanation. Satyr's like, it's on cooldown. Oh, okay. I'm a bit of an over-explainer. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and close holes on each of these and then see if there are any mesh issues. And honestly, damn it, there better not be because I really want this to be done. Not this stream specifically, though I am kind of tired, but more so post-processing. I think it's the worst. All right, end. Last thing we're gonna do is, well, actually 2 things. We're gonna make sure that this is correctly scaled, and then we are going to put this into Mesh Mixer because Mesh Mixer will make a huge fit if anything is in the wrong spot, which is great, and that's exactly what we would need. That was a really loud stomach growl. God, I hope you guys could not hear that. Jesus. All right. Like, I'm hungry, but like, my goodness, I'm not that hungry. Foxy said, Aloha had a fun idea for a heist last night. Ooh, tell me about it and I'll write one. All right, all these characters are way too tall. Let's go ahead and make sure her feet are at the same level. I think the actual character themselves should be doing just fine. Wow, this looks insane. That's the final model, guys. This is what I've been working so hard on. What do you think? Honestly, it kind of has some appeal. With a little bit of tweaking, this is what 100% would fit into like any sort of Souls-like. Ray says, yes, we heard your stomach growl. Sorry. So loud, thought there was an animal. I think you're joking now, but like, ugh. Anyway, Sager says, Mia, I don't know what that's like, you know, considering having a feud response the other day, and you were like, that's the shortest Sager response I've ever seen. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Moving on. Foxy says, the heist is to rescue me from work. The failure state is I refuse to leave with you and bill the heisters for the hole they blew in the wall. That's really funny. Oh my goodness. All right. We are scaling this because it's way too tall. Let's put it next to this other elf. That's about right. I can't tell because her head is covered by this big old hat. Make her a little bit taller. Yeah, that's good. Sweet. Let's go ahead and split these into their own pieces once I get these lined up with the base just right. Ray says, yes, that was a joke. I'm glad. Alrighty. There is a rock where there should not be a rock. How's that? Still too many rocks. Okay, what about here? Meep. Wow, I have these positioned in like just the right way to where no matter how I position this, her feet clip through something. Incredible. We're gonna take this plant and destroy it. Bam. Be gone. Look at it. Resist. Stop. There we go. All right, that should fix the problem. There we go. Perfect. I'm worried that the barrel of the rifle is a little too thin, so I'll just use move and back face mask and just kind of widen it a little bit. Oh my god, go straight through her hat. No. Crying. This is one solid piece, so I can't like move it over because these are meshed into the same thing. Do you think no, maybe just no one will notice? Okay. I can fix this. I can fix this. This is what I'm talking about. It's like you spend all this time trying to post-process this correctly and something is going to find you and spite you in the end. Wait, are these still separate? It is still separate, just this one piece. Oh my gosh, I've never been so relieved in my life. Oh my god. I cannot tell you guys how happy I am in this moment. Relieved does not even begin to cover how happy I am in this moment. Yes. Oh, I'm so happy. Boop. See how nice that was? Like, I don't mind if they touch. Like, that's fine. I don't even care if they clip through each other a little bit. It just makes it more stable when 3D printed. But I can't have it impale the hat for obvious reasons. Amazing. I'm so happy. Okay, if you're gonna like explode topology wise because I'm trying to move you, I'm just not gonna move you. We're just not gonna worry about it. I cannot stop exploding. Thank you, thank you. Wow, the topology in this rifle is so bad. I really should fix that. Okay. Foxy says, Mia, since the hat brim is now curving, how about a little fabric texture to sell the effect? I think that's reasonable, but I'm not going to do that. Very reasonable, very smart, great suggestion. I'm so done with this model. And like, I love her and she's great. But there's 3 of her, which means triple the problem. All right, let's get each one of these to mesh fit the base correctly. Let's just use the same base for simplicity's sake. Label this B. All right. Scoot her over as far as possible because the barrel of the rifle is going to hang off the base a touch, which is fine. ZBrush crashed. Oh, look, my Kickstarter. If you haven't followed it, please follow it. It'd make me happier in this moment of great despair when ZBrush has crashed on me once I specifically specified I wanted to be done with this model. God. There's a link to the Kickstarter at the top of the chat. Foxy said, I thought I was going to get told off. I was very aware you're done with the model. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. Don't tell me what to do. I cannot believe it crashed on me. It was like, spit on me. Okay, whatever. We're fine. Let's try again. And it's so funny too, because I was just like moving the gizmo over, like nothing complicated was happening at all. And ZBrush was like, you know what? Disgusting. Crash. All right. Looks good. I won't breathe too hard, otherwise I'll make ZBrush crash. Can't have that. All right, these flared pants are so flared. I need them closer to the base. There we go. All right, we're back in business. It's like nothing happened. Sean says, does ZBrush autosave? It does, and I especially have it at a ridiculous every 3 minutes, which only helps me if I save the project at least once in the first place, but don't ask me about why I know that. Alrighty. We'll call this action rifle. Ray says, I'd feel bad, but she told me off for not working, so now I no longer feel bad. You said you needed more structure, which to me just means one thing. Rudy, pathetic. Spits on ZBrush. Exactly. All right. All right, this model looks awesome. I'm really excited to see this all 3D printed. ZBrush is being cool right now. Definitely not gonna crash on me. These flare pants are actually kind of tricky because I can't have them just float like that. Maybe I can. Just, it's a 3D printing problem that I totally didn't think about until we were at this moment. Ray says, Mia, just because I need to be productive and ask for help doesn't mean I want to be productive. Fair enough. It is summer break, so don't work too hard. All right, well, call this good. All right, this is the last pose. Looking good. I think this one's my favorite, pose-wise. Sayer says, don't fall for it. She's trying to reverse psychology you. It's true. That is what I'm doing. Ray says, I appreciate that you said it with the correct amount of sass. Oh yeah, no, I read that need. Yeah, just right. David says, Mia, on one hand, thank you. I'm starting to see the issues my pose is. Now that I am looking for the flaws and such, on the other, I'm mad at you because my OCD is kicking in and I'm hating the post-processing of these welded models. Yep. F in the chat for David. I get it. I get it. Foxy says, sounds like Mia's done a good job. Yeah. My students and I have a hate-love relationship. And Ray's like, yeah, no, the reminders are good. I'm just bitching because I can. It's true. I too like to bitch and complain, so I understand. Let's take a moment to admire these poses because they're just gorgeous. Wha-bam. Wha-bam. And then no shooting on this one. So, wham. All right, let's bring this into Mesh Mixer. And again, you do not need to use Mesh Mixer. I do this because Mesh Mixer does a really good job at screaming about the smallest file issues, which is great. ZBrush will tell you if there's mesh issues, but it won't tell you where. It's just like, yep, there's problems. I'm like, neat. Do you want to show me where? No. It will show you if you do a Boolean operation, but like, nobody's got time for that. I look at all these Fs in the chat for David. I love it. I'll put one in. Okay, I made her a little taller than I meant to. Shit. You know what? Whatever. She's gonna be tall. Alright, she has a couple mesh errors way deep in her shoulder. That would not cause a 3D printing issue, so we're good. What is this song? There's like baby sounds. Spotify, sometimes you do a good job after you finish my playlist. Other times you do not. There we go. There's no justice for Ricky. Ricky is not even here right now. He's doing fine. All right, oh my god, she's way too tall. Maybe she's like in high-heeled boots. Because like her shoulders aren't that much wider. Why do I do this to myself? Okay. Oh, his feet are sunk into the base. Never mind. This isn't as wrong as I thought it was. She's supposed to be an elf too, like, fuck. Okay. That's fine. We're gonna take these, we're gonna grab them, and we're gonna reduce them by 0.1 millimeter, and it's gonna make a big difference. Watch. It does nothing. Let's try again. If they're not all marked as visible, it doesn't work either. All right, 0.2 millimeter. There we go. That's a bit better. And then we can bring this down. There we go. Why would you undo? What? All right, we'll do it again. There we go. There we go. Accept. Suspicious that it had to think about it for so long, but It's a little bit better. Why are you so tall? How did I not notice this earlier? Again, this is why I scale it in the other software first, but I was apparently not paying attention. This is one of those moments where I'm like, man, why does work have to be work? There we go. Sweet. I won. We're good. Crisis averted. Bees for Ricky. Oh my god, Ricky is in the chat. Help! No. Oh my god. That explains why the chat's going insane right now. I was wondering. You're gonna scare off the new people. Someone's gonna tune in and be like... I want to say that they're not always like this, but nah, they are. Peasants be peasanting. Alright, she looks awesome. She is an elf. We'll do Western elf, because she's more classic. Western elf gunslinger. I have to start calling them new things because I got so many models now. Aloha says, imagine streaming each day only for your chat to develop a storyline that your husband is trapped and being held against his will as he types help in the chat. Yeah, Aloha, imagine. Imagine if. Followed by more bees. Nah, it's fun. There's appeal, I guess. Hey, at least people are watching. I feel very lucky to have such a consistent viewership, if you will. I'm laughing at you, Sater, trying to like autocorrect yourself over there. All right, this is going to be Western Elf Gunslinger Action, and we'll call it Pistol, because she has a pistol. Foxy has decided it is time for Foxy to shine and is now beginning a fox revolution. I like it. Very on brand. We're creeping up on a 5-hour stream. Oh my god. I got a ton done today too, so I'm feeling good about that. A lot of great student work too, so shout out to my students for submitting some great work today. Sater says, yeah, the brain picked up for a minute, but has returned to devil fuzz. I've never heard it said that way. I love that. Aloha says, each night Mia removes another muscle of Ricky's and then forces him to work in the resin shed all day to pump out models. Shh. It's a secret to our rapid production. Ray has joined the Fox Revolution, as has Rudy. Wow. Okay. We're going to go with decorative base. Nope, this is the rifle. We're not going to overwrite models that I just finished. Wow, that would be devastating. All right, cool. And then we're going to do a little spread of all of these poses that definitely did not take me 2 hours of post-process. What have I been doing? Okay. We somehow need to have room for like a lot of these poses, so we're going to just... Let's make it aesthetic and not just informative. There's one. There's two. This is the first time I've ever done 3 poses for a model, I think. And I had to keep all of them because they were just bitchin' good. So, good job, Ricky. Excellent. Another art. Smile. Great. Sater says, I was trying to play on Angel Fluff, but made it more sense in my brain. Devil face. I love that. I already liked it. Now I like it even more. Today's art. All right, putting screenshots of the 2 things that we finished or worked on today. We got 1 and we got 2. I think those are the right screenshots. Nope. All right. Out of order then. We'll do 1 that I know is correct. Where's the other one? Is that it? Nope. It would help if I didn't label everything, just screenshot. I don't know where the first one is. Did I not save it? I mean, the file is there. I need to reopen it. That's fine. All right, so we worked on this female elf gunslinger, and she looks fantastic. And then by funny coincidence, we had another Western request right under it. If you're just tuning in or lurking, first up, hello, my name is Mia, and I make 3D printed models for a living, but specifically tabletop. And tabletop's really cool because people make their own characters, NPCs, big bad evil guys. A lot of stuff is homebrewed. It's pretty awesome. If you think it, you can play it essentially, which means I get a lot of really cool requests because that's my bread and butter. I do stuff on Patreon. So this character you see here, it's from someone that loved and thought of this character and this design. They do a little like a written description and then I make it happen. This one was really weird. This is really cool. This is from Thanic. This was to make like a dark elf, Western slaver, like abolitionist against slavers. Thank you. This is the early part of kit bashing, and this is what we transformed it into. For this one, I am going to keep the raven on the base. And I gave him like Kopesh weapons to wield, because why not? And another screenshot, because I didn't keep the first one. Yep. We have bees, foxes, and kneecaps as emojis. That's new. All by Foxy. That checks out. Speaking of, Foxy is hanging out in the Peasant Social Pub all by their lonesome. I mean, you're hanging out with them in Discord too, but if you guys actually want to talk to Foxy and hang out, you can do that. Because I'm going to be ending the stream soon, so yeah. Call me Jack says. I will call you Jack, Jack. Are those models from miniatures? Yep, you betcha. I just did my little spiel by happen chance and then you showed up about 10 seconds late, which is totally okay. But yeah, I'll give a new spiel. I 3D print all of these. Obviously this isn't tabletop scale, but this one is. Yeah. So this is what I've done for 6 years now. I need to change that. It's coming up on 7 years. I've done this full time. But it's really fun. If you have a request, link in the description. I got all that good stuff there. All right, let me upload these onto Patreon. The stream is ending right about now, but I stream every day or Monday through Friday around noonish Eastern time. Jack says, thank you. No one called me Jack despite my name. No kidding, how funny. Those look really nice. Yeah, thank you so much. Since you asked about minis, if you by chance have a 3D printer, I am your girl. I do monthly release, or I do a release every single week, but I just pile them all into the vault. And so if you support on Patreon, you just get everything. I thought about toying with that, where I can do like a monthly release or cycle, but I've made almost 1,000 models, and it feels like a huge disservice to not let you guys have access to all of them, because I'm always working on cool stuff. Speaking of, I actually just want to have the... This was a really confusing, cool request we did recently for a mannequin bard construct. This turned out awesome. That was done last week. So that means she will release, or it will release next Monday. Rudy says, Mia, this looks sick. Aw, thank you so much. You guys are making a ton of fun, honestly. I'm kind of just having fun looking at quick saves here. Oh yeah, this model was crazy. This one was super... This actually released today on my Patreon. Yeah, that was a wild one. That was tricky to get the spaces right. Don't mind me. I'm just like browsing my most recent projects because I'm like, huh. Yeah, this one also released today. I love this one. She's so pretty. Sculpting Women is my favorite, but obviously I like doing all kinds of stuff. Gosh, it's such a good pose too. Amazing. Any Mimic says, oh, if you remember, and I'm not here for when you prepare the second model for print, can you send me a timestamp? I want to see what you do with those scythe daggers so I can translate to my daggers. Absolutely, David. I'll make sure to let you know. I'm not going to post-process it today. But remember, and when in doubt, split a shin. I'll make sure it's nice and 3D printable. All right, let me upload these models for release right here. We got that Western Elf Gunslinger action pistol. It's very rare I have 3 poses for a model, but these ones just turned out so good I had to keep all 3. I normally do 2. All right, that's gonna move us into last call. Sweet. This is the very end of the stream. My voice is getting scratchy. If you have questions, ask them now. Alrighty. Yeah, my voice is like full quit, full stop. It's like super itchy. Western Elf Gunslinger, action rifle. Rudy, perpetual stream. No. When are you releasing Ricky? Yeah, soon. Soonish. Today has been such a great stream, though. I can't believe the amount of new people that came in. Pretty awesome. Why do you use Ricky? You guys are going to freak out Jack. Ricky is my husband. He is very loved, and he's fine. He's also part of the business. So M3DM is me as 3D models, but it's actually my husband and I that do everything for the business. So yeah. Why did you take Ricky's kneecaps? I'm just going to ignore you guys. All right. Freedom for Ricky. Jack says, I thought it was a mini. No, it's my husband. like a full ass person. Don't mind the peasants. They're just peasanting. I've been streaming consistently for the last like 6 months or so. So the inside jokes kind of just beget more inside jokes, and yeah. But again, we're super open, so if you're like, what the hell is going on? Just ask. We are very happy to share. And speaking of, if you have any questions about what kind of software I'm using or like how I got into this or anything like that, just let me know. I'm an open book. Sweet, I got all those models uploaded, which means it is spreadsheet time, my favorite time. Female Elf Gunslinger, which I decided to rename that to Western Elf Gunslinger. Sweet. Thank you again to Dire Squirrel for supporting me on Patreon for over a year now, I think, and for your awesome requests. I appreciate you. Also, Dire Squirrel is a hysterical name, and I'm disappointed you have not requested a Dire Squirrel yet, but that's fine. Sweet, and the Dark Elf Hero, we got a lot of progress done. We did not pose prep it because I am tired. Other than that, looking great. Jack says, but I mean, I don't see Ricky anywhere. I'm starting to get worried too. You are assimilating with the peasants. It's for the best. Welcome to the tavern. You're gonna fit right in. I don't know what it is about this like hive mind mentality. Like, someone brand new comes in and immediately is like, ah, yes, peasant behavior. It's beautiful. It's a work of art. Oh my god. Jeez. All right, y'all. If there aren't any real questions or relevant topics, I'm going to wrap up today's stream and we'll work on something brand new tomorrow. If you want to spoil yourself, you can look at the request board on Patreon, and I'm going to work on the next request in line. But if you don't want to know, it'll be a surprise and you'll see it tomorrow. Alrighty. Thank you guys so much. Today was such a blast. I think this is one of the highest view counts we had over 200 people join today's stream. That is double my average. Wow, that's crazy. I know like numbers aren't everything, but like, I don't know. If numbers give me a reason to celebrate, I will always celebrate. I will never be sad about it. But if it's a bigger number, neat. Anyway, thank you guys so much. This is awesome. Well, with that being said, y'all take care and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.